All right, how's everybody doing? Hope you're well. Good to see you, Atomic Crouton. Good to see you. How you doing? Sorry, let me just check one thing. Okay, we're looking good there. Looking good here. Yes, Microslop indeed. There you go. And yeah, we're live and alive, ready to go. And yeah, tonight we're gonna be doing some tech stuff. So I had to rewire like half my desk to get this working, and oh yeah, my chairs are back there, whatever, I don't care. But good to see you, Vox of Fate, as well. Good to see you. Actually, let me go to my face cam scene real quick and fix something. Bear with me. Actually, you know what, we can just go here. I'm gonna get out my camera controls. I want to pan the camera a little bit. Hang on a minute. That should be good. The only problem is it won't show up properly in there, but yeah, that should be good. Okay, there we go. Go ahead and save that. Now the problem is, yeah, I'm gonna be a little bit, whatever. Like it's it's gonna work. As Todd Howard says, it just works. But yeah, how's everybody doing? Hope you're well. And yeah, let me actually, can I adjust this filter a little bit? No. Okay. All right. Well, I think we're good. I think we're good for what we need. So, welcome everybody. How you doing? Hope you're all right. So today is going to be, and yes, I do have my Microslop t-shirt on. Now, keep in mind, none of my commands are working because I couldn't get my streamer bot up in time for stream. So please bear with me on that. But yeah, we are up and running as far as the chat is concerned, as far as OBS and everything. I am running off my laptop, so there may be a little bit of frame drop tonight. So don't be surprised if that happens. Also, we are live on YouTube, and these VODs will be saved to YouTube as well, so people can watch over them and see how I did everything. So we are going to, for anybody who came in and wondering what's going on, why the change, well, as you can tell on my t-shirt, Microslop. We are moving off of Windows 11, as you can probably see in my stream title. I am sick and tired of Windows 11, and I know a lot of you are too. And so I want to. I've been asked by a number of people, like, how do you get started? How do you move off Windows? How do you move off dependence on corporate technology as much as possible? Now, obviously, we cannot fully move off of it. That's the world we live in. Welcome to capitalism. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have my bot commands. Okay, so I'm gonna have to... Critical Racing Theory is my channel name. Now, you might wonder, okay, you're into racing, why the tech stuff? Because I'm also going to show you later this week, probably tomorrow or Friday, most likely Friday, we will be doing setting up the sim racing wheel, calibrating it, things like that, getting the drivers ready to go on that. You're actually going to find that dealing with hardware is actually easier in Linux than it is in Windows. Not all cases. Sometimes there is no compatibility, but for the most part, like for most things, you know, most of your printers, keyboard, mouse, webcam, external hard drives, your video card, all that kind of stuff works out of the box, or it installs a driver for you. Like, Linux is very, very good support for NVIDIA and AMD cards, so you're in luck there, and it already downloads and installs the packages for you, which is really, really cool. So you don't have to go to NVIDIA's website. So that's the cool thing about Linux, is in a lot of cases, you don't have to go to the manufacturer website to grab drivers, and we're going to show you that and demonstrate that today. But we're going to do the first of a few steps to get this going. So am I loud enough over the music? I think I am. I'm just checking my levels here. But yeah, and also just to FYI, check the pin post. We are doing charity. Now the command doesn't work, but we are continuing our fundraiser. We're pretty well along, but our next goal is $3,000. So if we can get up to three grand, that would be amazing. So yeah, anything you can do to help with that is much, much appreciated. And yes, today we are going to defeat Satya Nadella once and for all. We're gonna defeat the CEO Unk. Yeah, we're gonna defeat the CEO Unk, who thinks calling it Microslop is a crime. No, it's not. Your slop is a crime, sir. So with that said, let me show you a couple cool things we're doing. So as you could probably see here, so this is obviously my face cam, just very simple. I got a little chat overlay. I didn't get my main one because that takes some setup. It's got a couple layers to it. So I didn't have time to set up StreamerBot on the laptop. So for anyone thinking, oh, he's going to reinstall his PC, he has to stop his stream. No, I'm streaming off a laptop. So I have a capture card that takes a display from my desktop, which we're reinstalling my desktop. So the capture card will get everything, but there are times where the capture card won't get everything. So just in case that is the case, just in case that happens, we have a screen cam. It's a little awkwardly positioned, but hey, it just works, as Todd Howard says, as Lord Todd says. I might have to adjust it, but yeah, there's a little bit of glare, so that doesn't help. But yeah, there you go. we do have a screen cam, so you can at least see kind of sort of what's going on there. I will probably probably point it more toward the center to avoid the glare. That should be better. Then y'all can see what's really going on. So yeah, we do have a screen cam just in case, but the main thing we have, so this is my desktop computer that we're capturing right now, as you could see. So there you go. Those are our main scenes. But yeah, we're going to be doing a full reinstallation of Linux, and all you really need as far as hardware, you do want to have a backup hard disk. Where did I keep mine? There it is. So this is my backup hard drive. It's 1 terabyte. So I backed up quite a bit of data, videos, stuff I need for stream, my OBS profile. So by the way, FYI, so let's talk about backup, right? Let's talk about backup real quick. So in order to back things up, what kind of things do you need to back up if you are moving from Windows to Linux? Obviously, back up any games that you want to. Now, most games you can re-download and install, but if you have mod lists for your games, if you're running mod organizer, things like that, back up those mods and profiles. If you are streaming, you can go into OBS and you can export your profiles and your scene collections. Okay, note that down. So get out your notebooks, folks. You're gonna need them. Notebooks, Notepad, whatever you use. You know, Evernote. I don't know what tools people Notion. You know, tools people use these days. Google Docy, whatever. You do a big Google Docy. In fact, I might even put together a big Google Doc to link in the VODs. That might be good. Just as like a field notes or something to go along with this. That might be good. But basically. Backup hard drive is an absolute must. You can also get a big flash drive. Like I think you can get a 1 terabyte flash drive these days, I think now. Yeah, well, a Victorian woman would probably be using what an eagle feather and a quill and an inkwell probably, or a fountain pen. Yeah, there you go. A fountain pen and some thick paper. That's right. So. Yeah, you'd be using a fountain pen at that rate. By the way, I've seen some of the dresses you've been working on. Those are really cool. Very, very like Victorian style with the, with all that. It's pretty cool. But anyways, that said, so let's focus again. So we have your backup hard drive. What all do you want to back up, especially if you're a streamer? If you use, if you use an online bot like Stream Elements, which I don't recommend, but if you use Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Nightbot, VasaBot, any of those, that's online. You don't have to worry about that because you can just grab because it's moderated in your chat. It's not part of your Windows install, right? That's all online. Where you do need to back up stuff is if you have a locally running bot. For example, I have StreamerBot, not on this, but I have StreamerBot normally in my streams, and so it's attached to a bot account that I set up on Twitch with my email address. You can actually do that. If you have an email address on Twitch, you can set up account number 2 with it, and you can make it your bot account. So my Twitch username is BoyMeetsMini, and my bot account is BotMeetsMini. See what I did there? Although Bot Meets Mini is not active today because I don't have my streamer bot running here. But that said, so back up your streamer bot, Firebot, whatever local bot you have running, back that up. If you have local overlays, HTML, anything custom like that, back that up. Make an OBS folder on your backup drive. Okay, so those are the kind of things you want to back up. Obviously, important documents, pictures, videos, that kind of basic thing. But I'm telling you, for streaming, specific things you need to back up. Any local bots, any local overlays, things like that, or like HTML files that you link to in OBS, back those up. Also back up in OBS. There's a button. In fact, I can show you here. Let me switch over. I have a KVM switch, by the way, so I can switch my keyboard mouse between systems. You know, I got the works here. We have the works here at the Critical Tech Theory House. But let me show you all what I mean by exporting your scenes. Okay, so let's go into OBS real quick. So if we go into OBS real quick, so you can see right here, I've got OBS now. What you want to do is so there's a couple of menus up here, and it's probably a little bit tough to see, but there's a couple of menus up here. There's the profile menu and the scene collection menu up at the top of OBS. So on OBS, you want to go to profile, export. Okay, profile, export. That's what you want to do. What you probably also want to do, you can also rename your current profile as well if you haven't saved it already. So rename it to like default or something you remember it by, and then once you rename it, export it. Okay, so rename and export your profile first thing. This contains a lot of settings like your stream key, your basic settings like your encoder stuff and all that in OBS. All of that's going to be in your profile. Now, the other thing you need to export is not just that. The profile doesn't contain everything. You need to export the scene collection or scene collections. Some people's OBS is a little more complex. For example, if they're doing a gaming stream versus say a politics stream, they may have two different collections of scenes, you know, to suit those types of to suit that, right? Or they might be switching between scene collections. So export all your scene collections. Make sure you check each one, you know, change into each one, and then click scene collection export, and make sure you export those and back them up. Okay, so those are the two main things in OBS you need to back up: your profiles and your scene collections, plural both, because you might have multiple profiles and multiple scene collections. All right, so make sure you back those up, because then you can restore those when you go into new OBS. And obviously there's going to be a lot of tweaks you have to make and things like that. Some plugins may not work, be warned, because they're Windows specific. So if you're running some OBS plugins that are Windows specific, they may not work, and you'll have to search for alternatives. But you know what, if you want to kiss Windows goodbye, you know, you're going to be kissing that away goodbye too. that away too. And I would expect, you know, a lot more stuff now is Linux compatible, or can be run you know, or can be, you know, run through other means. So there's ways to do everything on Linux. It's really cool. So anyways, those are the kind of things I would just suggest backing up, besides all the usual stuff you would back up when reinstalling your machine. All right, so with that, actually one sec, let me head onto my, hop on my Discord real quick. I need to message somebody. Is my, hang on, I gotta hop on my Discord. But yeah, we are getting off of Windows 11. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. And I'm gonna show you the process from the drop, from the beginning, for how to like set up the USB stick. So as you can see, this is a 16 gig thumb drive. I've had it forever, but any thumb drive will do as long as it's over 8 gigs. You'll be fine. I would recommend 16 minimum. 1.6, you know, 16 minimum. Most thumb drives these days are like 32, 64 plus, so just get anything like that. Don't use a, I know some machines, like laptops especially, have memory card slots on the side, like an SD or micro SD slot. Don't rely on that. You can't actually boot off a micro SD in most cases. You can boot off USB though, so just keep that in mind. Because you need to be able to, when we install Linux, we have to boot off of this thing, not off your main hard drive. Okay, so the other thing we need to do, all right, and this is the other thing we need to do. Actually, let me. All right, so. That has been taken care of, all right? Hey, Joker Kid, good to see you. Welcome back. I guess it's not your first time here. Good to see you. Yes, Microslop, indeed. I am, in fact, streaming from my Linux laptop. So for anyone who just walked in, what the heck's going on? Why is everything different? Well, today, the reason things are different, my bot's not working and everything, I'm on a second machine that's not fully set up. I just, you know, scrapped it together, got it working for streaming. We are reinstalling after, you know, because I did 30 days of streaming in June. I did 30 straight days of streaming, and Jet, good to see you. Everyone give Jet the follow, by the way. I'm gonna just do the normal shout out. My bot's down today, so sorry about that. But everyone give Jet the follow. So yeah, just real quick for anybody who walked in, I had to keep explaining myself. So June, I streamed every single day of the month. And I've noticed, because I have not reinstalled my computer in over a year, I noticed it was really slowing down. I was getting frame drops in certain games and things like that. So that 30 days of streaming really, you know, tested my machine to its limits. And so now what we're going to do today, we're going to switch off of Windows 11. We're getting rid of the Microslop today, okay? So, and I'm going to show you the full process from the beginning. So we're going to start in Windows. We're going to boot up. We're going to make the USB, boot up, install Linux, and I'm going to show you how to set up everything in Linux these next few streams, okay? We're going to, I'm streaming off a laptop, but you'll see my desktop as well. And there's two ways you'll see it. I have both a, I think I don't know about that specific case, but I've seen some pretty cool ITX builds. I mean, I saw that one where somebody, I'm not sure on the specs of that, but like I saw the one where somebody like recreated the Steam box for $300 cheaper or something like that, which the Steam box is a ripoff. I mean, all tech is a ripoff right now because, you know, wars and invasions and unnecessary violence. But yeah, from the US. But yeah, now, so there's two ways you're gonna. So this is just so it's a little not too confusing. What you're seeing right now, you're seeing my desktop computer running Windows 11. I know, ew, it's running Windows 11, brother, ew, right? And then you have, I also just in case like we don't get signal like when it's rebooting and stuff, we're gonna have the screen camera. So this is just a webcam I have mounted on my table on a little stand. And yeah, it's not that stable, but at least you can see sort of what's going on like with the bootloader and stuff like that. So we have both of those set up for today. And so yeah, we are going to be doing that. So yeah, first, let's talk about, we were talking about backup, what you back up. So what I'm also teaching, I'm not just going to teach you how to install Linux and call it a day. No, we are going to set up streaming, meaning OBS, your streamer bots, your, all that kind of stuff, your plugins, your Stream Deck, things like that. We're going to talk now. I don't have an Elgato Stream Deck, but there are tools for that on Linux, luckily, that support Stream Decks. But I have Touch Portal, so we're going to figure out, we're going to set up Touch Portal. We're also going to set up a local bot that does all my commands and timers and stuff. Okay, so those are the kind of things I'm going to be showing you. So as a content creator, if you want to switch over to Linux, this is the way to do it. So these tutorials will help people. The other thing that we're going to do is set up gaming, and not just regular old gaming where you just go to Steam, install and run on Proton. I have a sim racing wheel. Okay, I have a sim racing wheel. In fact, I could show you real quick since I have a camera here. Let me show you what I've got over here. So that down there, I have it sitting upright so it doesn't fall. But yeah, that is my sim racing wheel. I have a Fanatec CSL DD. That's my little guitar amp. Ignore that. And then I have a second wheel for it as well. But yeah, that is my sim racing wheel. So we're actually going to be setting that up as well, and setting up racing and driving simulator games like F1, Truck Sim, you know, the like. I also have a flight stick. It's in the cupboard, but I have a VKB flight stick, so we're going to set that up. That's plug and play pretty much. But we'll set up Flight Sim and Star Citizen on Linux. So yeah, we'll show you all of that in these next few streams of migrating from Windows 11 ew to Linux. Yay. So with that said, let's get started, shall we? All right, music's getting a little loud. I am yelling over it. Pardon me 1 second. Yeah, Joker Kid, what do you run? I'm curious now that you came in here. So you want to do a small ATX build with a 5060? Yeah, you should do that. I know, I've heard Intel makes single fan graphics cards as well, but I heard the Intel cards just don't perform. They don't perform They don't perform quite like the NVIDIA or AMD yet. They're a long way away, just in terms of sheer raw speed. So, I mean, yeah, Intel, the only advantage Intel gives you is it's better for video production. Intel is the king when it comes to encoders these days. Anyways, not to digress too much, let's get into it, shall we? So we are going to, the first step is obviously after backing everything up on your external drive, and I showed you the specific things you need to back up: profiles, scene collections, your local bot, any images you use on stream like backgrounds, overlays, things like that. Save all that stuff. Any custom HTML, CSS, or scripts you use, save that stuff, all of that. Okay, I'm sure you already knew that going in. Now we're going to show you how easy it is to make a Linux ISO. All right, let's go into that. Now, what is a Linux ISO? Well, an ISO, just to get into this real quick, an ISO essentially is allows you is basically what you let me make this simple. Sorry. So what an ISO is, it's an image file. And that image file, it's almost like a big zip file that contains the setup for the operating system. So, for example, you probably remember back in the day, you used to buy install CDs, right? I don't know, maybe Zoomers may know about this. Us millennials and Gen Xers probably know better. I remember the excitement when I first got a Windows XP install disk way back when in 2002. I remember those days. I was moving from 98 to XP. What a day. And so, yeah, when I moved from 98 to XP, I had the Windows XP install disk, and on that disk was an image of all the files, and they were compressed. So they were compressed, and all of it could fit onto one disk, and you could install the operating system. Well, an ISO file is like, think of it like a virtual CD. Okay, a virtual CD-ROM or virtual DVD-ROM. And so basically that virtual ISO can be put on a USB stick, and that USB stick can be booted from. So normally when you put files on a thumb drive, you cannot boot from that thumb drive. You can only access the files, right? This tool this method I'm going to show you is actually going to make it bootable, meaning you can plug it into your machine. When your machine boots up, I'm going to show you how to stop the loading and pause it and tell it, no, don't boot from my hard drive, my SSD, boot from my USB instead. Tell it how to boot from USB and then go from there, okay? So, with that said, let's get going with the install, shall we? So, now, obviously, there are many different versions of Linux that you can use. There are many, many different versions of Linux you can use. So let's go to the screen here. So, as you can see, there are quite a few versions. I am using Garuda. Garuda is a little more advanced. What I mean by that is it requires a little bit more in terms of understanding the command line and things like that. But for what I do, what I do with streaming, gaming, and of course, I work in the tech industry. I do QA and automation and things like that. And I'm moving up into development soon. So yeah, as a QA/dev, I'm already hands-on with the command line. But if you're not, I recommend, for starters, okay, I'm going to show you Garuda because it's a little more complicated, but and it's what I prefer. But if you want something point and click, easy to maintain, quality, and all that stuff, get Fedora. I know, Milady, for those who know the Reddit meme, Milady, yeah, the Reddit motto OS, I guess, Fedora. But yeah, Fedora Linux is great. It's based on Red Hat, which Red Hat is used in a lot of enterprise systems. It's very stable, reliable, secure, and lightweight. So it runs way better than Windows does. I recommend Fedora. Fedora has a really easy setup, point and click for like 99% of things, and also so there's multiple versions though. So when you go to Fedora's website, fedoraproject.org, you scroll down. Now don't get Fedora Workstation. You don't need that. Okay, you don't need Fedora Workstation. What you want is you can grab Fedora Workstation or you can grab KDE Plasma. This is a good desktop environment to get used to. So either one of those is good. Just download it, and the same install process applies. Now I'm going to show it to you with Arch Linux, but it's the same. You get an ISO file, you make a bootable USB stick, and then you do the same boot sequence that I'm going to show you. But otherwise, yeah, Fedora is a lot simpler to get up and running, but sort of a more friendly package manager, things like that. So and it's just easier to manage and live with every day. I'm used to it, so Arch is what I prefer. Arch has some key differences to Fedora, which I'll explain later. But yeah, if you're like just starting out, you're a Windows user, you're pretty experienced with tech and not like a noob, you're intermediate, let's say, Fedora is a great stepping stone to Linux. Well, it is Linux, but it is an easier way to get in the door. So yeah, you can download Fedora, but in our case, we're going to download Garuda. And the other reason is Garuda is made by South Asian developers. I am South Asian myself. Like to support, you know, what's going on in the diaspora. So yeah, we're going Garuda, for those wondering, in a lot of North Indian languages like Urdu, Pashtun, and some other languages, it means falcon or eagle, hence the logo. So yeah, we are going to be downloading Garuda Linux. So how do you do that? From here, it says Discover Editions. There are many different editions of Garuda, purpose-built for different situations. So let's say you have a really lightweight machine or an old computer that can't take a lot of graphics or effects. Get Garuda XFCE. You're going to see this term thrown around a lot. There basically are, for Linux, there are different styles of desktop, you know, and some of them, some of the different desktop, what they call environments. So the different desktop environments, some of them have more like, you know, fancy effects and stuff like Mac OS, and some of them are super dead simple like old school Windows is. So if you want an old school Windows experience, XFCE is the way to go for desktop. And yeah, I think you can get a Fedora XFCE as well if you want. But if you want something more like Mac OS that you're used to, if you're coming from the Mac world, Apple ecosystem, KDE is a great sort of replacement. You'll be right at home. So yeah, I already downloaded this, of course. This is 5 gigs, so I'm not gonna download it live on stream and make you watch paint dry. So we already downloaded this to our disk, and I am on Windows 11, so I'm gonna show you actually cutting over from Windows 11 to Linux. Okay, so now there's another tool you need. It's called Rufus. Okay, Rufus. There you go. Like Rufus Wainwright, or I can't think of any other famous Rufuses off the top of my head, but yeah, rufus.ie. If you want to go here to rufus.ie. Okay, so rufus.ie. I'm gonna put this in chat. Rufus.ie. Okay, there you go. So what this tool is, it allows you to take that file that you downloaded, and this is the file I downloaded. Okay, if I go over to ISO, you see here, it's kind of hard to see, but this is the Garuda install file. It's about 3.4 gigs, 3.5 gigs. And so this has a .iso extension on it. So this thing is the one we're going to put on the USB stick. All right. So let's get going with that. But what you want to do is download this tool. This tool is called Rufus. You just go to download, and what I like to do, I like to get the portable version. The portable version, you don't have to do any setup or anything. You just download it and run it. It's the easiest way to do it. So I'm just going to download it here into my Rufus folder. But yeah, just download the portable one, the second one here. Download this. Now, and also, this I believe also helps you make Windows installs disk, or I think Windows is a utility. If you want to make like a Win 11 install USB, of course, why would you? We're doing the opposite of that. But let's say you needed to, Windows has a built-in tool for making a bootable like Windows 11 USB setup stick. But we are going to do a much better thing: create a Linux setup stick, baby. All right, so we're gonna fire up Rufus, and it's gonna ask us for permission to enter the gates. We say yes. And no, I'll just say no for app updates. But now you'll see Rufus will come up. Okay, so the first thing you need to do, actually, though, you need to format your USB stick. Okay, so I'm gonna plug it into my PC. Okay, so that's the first thing we need to do. And the cool thing is, Rufus does it for you. That's the coolest thing about it. It will do it for you. So in this case, as you can see here, it detected as soon as I plugged it in, it detected our 16 gig flash drive. So make sure it shows the right size, okay? And it'll detect your flash drive and say, oh, it's 16 gigs or 64, whatever size yours is. Then the second box here, it says boot selection. This is where you select that ISO you downloaded, okay? Whether it's Fedora or Ubuntu, or in our case, Garuda, which is an Arch spinoff. Doesn't matter, whatever ISO you downloaded, you want to select from boot selection, disk or ISO image, okay? Disk or ISO image, and then hit select, all right? You hit select, and then you find where you downloaded that ISO, which is right here. So we're gonna tell it, yeah, So we're going to tell it that. If it gives you a message, just click OK. You should be fine. It should go through. And it should be in there. And so now what you can do, as you can see, everything else is grayed out. It's already all set up, ready to go. And it's going to format. So the cool thing about Rufus, now keep in mind, if you have a flash drive with important data on it, back it up somewhere else. Don't keep it. You don't want to lose stuff on your flash drive. Okay, pro tip. Don't use a flash drive that has important stuff on it or any files on it. Get those off of there, because Rufus will format your USB stick. Okay, your USB stick is going to be wiped clean. So if anything's on there, back it up somewhere else where you can find it later. And obviously don't back it up on the Windows install, because you're going to wipe this drive here. So make sure back it up to an external drive, do whatever you have to do. But if anything's on that stick, back it up to an external drive, and then you can safely format it and install the ISO. So we're going to hit start. And again, it all obviously warns you all data on the device will be destroyed. Click OK. And now it's going to take its sweet time and install that. And with that, we can take some questions. Does anybody in chat have any questions? I know I threw a lot at you there, but hopefully you get the basic concept. You go, whatever version of Linux you're downloading, you download the ISO, you get Rufus, okay? You get Rufus, and you just, plug in your flash drive, point it to the ISO image, and click start. And it will format your USB stick and make it bootable and fully ready for you to install Linux. So any questions, let me know. Also, let me know if my stream's still going. It feels like it's not, or I don't know if folks are lurking. On the YouTube side, it's going. On the Twitch side, it also seems to be going. So all good. I appreciate everybody lurking as well. Pretty straightforward. Okay, yeah, I know I did a lot of explaining up front because some people came in, but which is fine. Always love new folks coming in and folks returning. So, and yeah, how do y'all like my t-shirt, by the way? So if you're wondering where I got this t-shirt from, it's not an ad, but I got it from Gamers Nexus, which if you know anything about Gamers Nexus, they're like they're a YouTube like tech review channel. They do a lot of cool stuff, and one of the things they have been keeping account of is the tech industry's greed and price gouging. So they've been pretty critical of the tech industry lately, and especially with like Nvidia and especially with the whole like COSA Act, right? The COSA, I guess A is Act and COSA. And similar acts in other countries like Britain. I'm pretty critical of those because it doesn't actually keep children safe. It's just a way to censor people. And you could say, oh, I'm being conspiracy theorist. Like, no, like how you keep kids safe online is there needs to be culture shifts. Like, the law can only go so far, and the law is authoritarian by nature. What you actually need to do is change the culture, and you actually need better parenting and parents working less demanding work hours. Yeah, you need better labor practices so parents can pay more attention to their kids. Like, that's a big one. And then you also need sort of a way, like, I feel like there's not enough for kids to do anymore. Like, it used to be there was a lot more, and then all the programs got cut, and now we wonder why the kids are depressed and don't want to do anything, and they just want to play games. Well, there's nothing else really for them. Like, unless you're rich, you can't play sports, you can't do a lot of things, So that's like the big problem, and that's why I think kids do that. Yeah, it's not just having a mom and dad. It's having that community support, having a supportive teachers and stuff like that. It's funny because, and we're almost done here with the USB drive. It's so funny because, well, not funny. It's so sad because I know parents who have like kids who have certain disabilities like dyslexia or autism to some degree. And they love their teachers, but then they're like conservative Christians as well. So they'll go to the school board meeting and like, threaten to dox the teachers union people who are the very same teachers in that school. It's really messed up. It's really messed up. Like, it's like, okay, do you appreciate your kids' teachers or do you not? Like, I really wonder. Yeah, but that's communism, Atomic Cortana. We can't have that in America, brother. Not in July. Anyways, I'm memeing, of course. We can obviously have that, and we should. So some kind of democratic socialism, more community oriented, existence essentially. Yeah. Yeah, some of you coming in here, like, who are coming in, because I don't usually stream in this category, some new people might be watching me like, what the? This guy's a socialist? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not your typical tech bro. You could say I'm the anti-tech bro in some ways, although that's a bit cringe. You could say I'm the anti-tech bro to some degree. Or, well, to a large degree, really. Because I don't really like how a lot of tech people think. I really hate it. Like, tech people they just drive me up a wall, dude. They really do. Tech people really, really drive me up a wall. Part of your sewing is to learn how to make clothing. Yeah, that's... Oh, you can help trans people with, like, sizing and stuff. That's cool. That's very, very cool. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. That's pretty awesome. All right, and with that conversation, and hey, perfect ending of that song there. Look what happened. We got it green. It's ready to go. So now don't hit the start button again because it will start the process again. Do not hit start. Hit close. Okay, hit close. You're done. So now we have a bootable USB drive. What we're going to do, though, is we're going to, what I recommend doing, you know how whenever you insert a USB drive or an external drive, you have to, before you yank it, before you unplug it, you want to safely remove. So click down here where you see the little USB icon, click down here and click eject. Oh, this is on. You want to hit eject on your, you want to hit eject and then wait for it, and then it should eject. So yeah, it's gone now. So there we go, folks. Look at this. It's equipped. We got it ready to go. Yeah, I have one of those fancy slider ones. Yeah, we have a bootable USB drive. So let's go for it, shall we? Let's go for it. So what we're gonna do, I'm going to turn on screen cam because we're gonna need that. PC capture won't work because the display will be weird and stuff like that. So we're gonna go to screen cam, all right? And I'm gonna show you kind of how this thing boots, okay? So first thing we're gonna do, we're going to shut down my machine, okay? We're going to shut down. Now I've backed up everything. I don't need anything else. We've backed up everything, folks. And don't worry, I have a copy of the ISO file on my laptop, so if I ever need to recreate it, I can just easily do it over there. All right, so now you should see we have shut down successfully. So here's the next thing to do. Right, so now the monitor's off, we've shut down. What we're going to do first, before you hit the power button on your computer again to turn on, we're going to plug in the USB, either the front or the back. I have front ports, just use the front port, it's fine. All right. So now my USB is plugged into the front. What I'm going to do, I'm going to hit the power button. Okay. And I'm going to start hitting the delete key on the keyboard, okay? As soon as it turns on, start pressing the delete key repeatedly. Keep hitting the delete key. So I'm doing that as we speak. You can see that right there. I'm hitting the delete key. Okay? I'm hitting delete. Now that brought us into setup, but I think there's a shortcut for the boot menu. Let me find that. Sorry, one second. Let me find that. So the boot I think is gonna be let's hit F7. Hang on a minute. There is hang on a minute. Let me reboot. Hang on, I forget what the key is for. I think it might be F2 for booting. I'm gonna keep hitting F2. F2. Okay. We're gonna keep hitting F2. Just keep hitting it. Okay. It looks like we got in here. Oh, boot menu is F8. It says right down there. Boot menu F8. So we need to. Okay. So what we need to do? I'm gonna Control Alt Delete, and we're gonna hit F8 repeatedly. Okay. So now we're rebooting. Sorry, a little bit. I forgot the keystroke there. We're going to hit F8. Keep hitting it. Keep hitting F8. And we'll give you a boot menu, and we'll boot from the USB. But watch what happens. Now you see, right there, please select boot. All right, so please select boot device. Please select boot select. Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, Elon Musk. Yeah, anyways, we are going to select, though. We are going to select the... we're going to select this last one here. It says it's hard to see, but as you can see there, it says SanDisk. Okay, and you got to see the size. See some of these others; those are 2 terabytes, 2,000 gigabytes. You know, over 9,000. But actually, we're gonna go for the flash drive, which is 16 gigs, or about 16. It'll be 15 in this case. So we're gonna hit that. Now watch what happens. The USB should boot up, and look at that, Garuda Linux. Now we haven't installed it, but the boot has come up. Okay. Now, where do we go from here, right? So, there's a couple of things you can do. Well, it's already booting. So it's already booting with proprietary drivers. It had a timer there, but yeah, there you go. Just let this run. This looks scary, but let this run. Okay, this looks like the Matrix, I know, but let this run. So you're gonna see here that it's just like initializing all the drivers and the file system and all in the OS itself. All right. Sorry, I need to. There we go. This is kind of cool. I got a little got my little camera here. It's kind of cool. I just put it on one of the squiggly sticks, you know. So we'll just let this cook for a bit, and then you'll see it'll actually come up with the desktop and everything. The reason it takes time, by the way, USB is quite a bit slower than than an SSD. It's just the transfer speed is less. It's not that the memory is slower. Well, it is a little bit slower on USB. It runs at lower frequency to save power, but that's part of it too. But also, yeah, the USB link is slower than, say, your M.2. Than your SSD link. Your SSD link is going to be a lot faster. There we go. See, now it's setting up all the services and stuff. I'm turning my computer into an old school terminal from the 1990s or 1980s or whatever. We're going back to the 80s, folks. It's interesting because before 1990, you didn't really have Linux. You had Unix. You had different types of Unix, like you had HP had their own brand. AT&T, of course, came up with Unix back in the 60s, along with in collaboration with DARPA. Because a lot of the early internet, early computing in the world in the 50s and 60s was done by DARPA. Because like before you had public internet, you had Milnet, right? Military. So this will take a little bit of time here at the bottom. So this is doing some automatic driver installation. So basically what this does is it tries to detect all your hardware. And so because it's detecting all the hardware on my PC, and I've got a lot of it, I got a lot of stuff plugged into it. So it doesn't help. Yeah, I think the main thing it's doing is it's searching for my video card driver, and it's going to load the NVIDIA driver since I have an NVIDIA card. So, but yeah, this is kind of how it works. Yeah. Now you see, oh, look at that. We see a tree. Gee, I'm a tree. Anyways, that's the oldest Matt joke in the book. We are, and we should be able to see it here, actually. Let me see. Beautiful. Okay, we can actually do it this way. So we don't need this guy. We don't need a little camera. We can do it here. So we're going to show you all how to install Garuda Linux. Now, let me just walk you through a little bit of what this looks like. This looks a lot like, okay, how many of you, ones in chat, if you've used a Mac recently in the past like 5 years, if you used an Apple computer in the last 5 years, ones in chat. I use one every day, unfortunately, for my day job, for my income. So I don't like it. I wish I ran Linux for work, but they'll never approve that. Your mom worked for Prodigy. Oh, is Prodigy like a are they like a tech company? Are they like an ISP or something? What were they? Or were they like an IT services company? I'm not familiar with Prodigy. But that's pretty cool. But anyways, so okay, I assume a lot of people have used Mac in the past. So or you know, you currently use it. You can see down here you've got your sort of launcher, right? Your little launcher bar. It has, and you can add and remove apps to it as you want. So what we're gonna do though is there's a little CD icon here. Okay. Now as you can see here, yeah, the USB struggling a little bit. It's a little bit slow, and also the graphics drivers aren't fully installed. So with that said, though, we are going to install. Okay, it looks like also I'm going to connect to my Wi-Fi. So let me do that real quick. I don't want to show my password, but so the way you want to connect to your Wi-Fi, by the way, is like this. So you want to go up here just like you do on a Mac or even on Windows. There's the little network icon, you know, little antenna icon. Click on that, and you'll see your Wi-Fi network. So I'm going to connect to that real quick. Okay, so we're going to connect. This should connect. And the reason you want to do that, though, if you're on Ethernet, it'll just connect. It'll just work. Hang on a minute. Trying to fully remember my Wi-Fi password. There, it should connect now. No. It should connect now. Come on, come on, come on. I hope I don't have to pull up my router. There we go. My Wi-Fi is now connected, okay? So let's see here. There we go. You can see my Wi-Fi is connected here in the upper right-hand corner. All right. So what's really cool now is now we have Wi-Fi set up. I don't want to enable Bluetooth, so we'll turn that off for now. I'm also, just for, it seems like this thing's a little bit slow, so I'm going to, and you don't have to do this in Fedora, but yeah, we could do that. Oh, there's a ton of desktop effects on. I turn a lot of this stuff off just because, yeah, it just sucks up resources for no reason, all the transparency and things. So, but yeah, it runs a little slow off USB. Don't mind that. But what we want to do, the main thing is we want to install Garuda Linux. Here we go. There we go. There is the Garuda installer. And now you can see here, this program will ask you some questions and set up Garuda Linux. So first thing you need to set up your language, you know, your, as we say in Hindi, your bhasha. Okay, or bol or bhasha, that's how we say it over there. But in this case, our language is American English, brother. But yeah, there is support for a lot of different languages, you know, even regional languages in Linux, which is very, very cool. You know, so yeah, have at it. You know, there's yeah, this is Farsi or Persian. Looks like, do they have Arabic? Yeah, they do have Arabic. Yep. They got Hebrew, of course. Hindi is there. Should I install in Hindi? We are going to install, of course, in American English. Okay, because that's right, brother. It's July. So now, also, we need to set our time zone. Our time zone in this case is actually going to be Los Angeles. That's where I am located. I'm in Pacific time. So there you go. Yeah, Los Angeles. You can also click on the map, but I just recommend find your nearest city here in the list. Okay, so region, so there's a region drop down and a city drop down, or location drop down. So you want to click next, and then what you want to do is, this is just to set up your keyboard. Now international, so for international, now for US and Canada, this is fine. English US default is absolutely fine. But if you have a different layout, and also there's like presets for certain keyboards, like if you have like additional keys and like media keys and stuff like that, you might be able to find it there. I wouldn't bother with that personally. It's not really worth it. Just do the generic 105 and you're fine. And then I just do English US default, or if you're in the UK, English UK default. So yeah, we'll do that. Obviously, if you're in another country. Like if you're in Germany or somewhere, you'd obviously select German, and then your keyboard layout, which may be different. I know French, you have, instead of a QWERTY layout, you have an AZERTY layout, because it's instead of QWERTY, the first 6 keys, it's AZERTY. AZERTY are the first 6 keys on the keyboard. So in French. Now, this is where things get a little complicated. So this is where we have we have a few things going on here. Okay, so as you can see, you kind of have to know what you're doing here. So if you see /dev/SDA on the end of the name here, that is an older type of SSD. That's the one that's sort of mounted in your case and has a cable running to the board, okay? So basically there's 2 types of SSDs these days, right? So there's a type of SSD that is inside your PC, but it's separate of the motherboard. It's not mounted on the motherboard, it's plugged in via cable, right? The other kind is what's called an NVMe, right? Or an an M.2, right? An NVMe SSD. And so that is actually mounted on your motherboard. Those are the little ones that look like little circuit boards that you mount on. Those are NVMe. What we want to do is I'm going to format NVMe 0, okay? NVMe 0. Right now, as you can see, we're going to because I believe this is yes, okay. Yes, okay. So on the NVMe, we're going to do that. This is a Windows bootnet. Interesting. Okay. Wait a minute, I'm a little confused. Okay, that's ButterFS. That's the Windows, that's Linux. And that's my game drive. Okay. So anyways, we're gonna reinstall, okay? We're gonna show you how to do this, okay? So what we're gonna do, we're going to erase this disk. I know, dangerous, right? That's so dangerous, folks. Can't do that. You can't do that, folks. It's very dangerous. Can't do that, folks. As you can see here, this is my Windows install on the other SSD, and then this one is my backup drive. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually format the first one, the Linux drive. So we're going to, because this is ButterFS, this is at Linux. We are going to erase the disk. Okay, and then we're going to have a swap with Hibernate. So this is the one thing you want to do as well. You want to have a swap file and stuff like that. That really helps. So what it's going to do, it's going to do that. Now, you could also do encryption. You don't really, and sorry, we had an ad break. So let me explain something. All right, let's go back. So we selected the keyboard. Let me explain the disk situation. So when you hit next, this is the most important step, or one of the most important steps, is selecting which drive. I have multiple drives on here. Okay, so let me explain this again. So you kind of have to know your system's drives. Now, typically on a laptop or a simpler device, or just a basic computer, you're gonna have one hard drive, right, or one SSD. So it'll be the only one. You wipe it. Right? In my case, I have 3, and I have to know how to distinguish between the 3. So if you see, and the way Linux does its notation for drives, it's a little bit different. So if you see the end of this name here, this long name, it says dev SDA. What does this mean? This means it's a SATA drive. And what does that mean? So let me explain real quick. So there's 2 types of SSDs, right? There's 2 kind of SSDs. One is it's installed inside your computer, but it's cabled to your motherboard, right? It's cabled to your motherboard. It's not attached to your motherboard. It's just cabled to it, right? Wired into it. The other one is the little SSDs that look like circuit boards. Those are the ones you mount on your motherboard. Those are NVMEs. So dev SDA and dev NVMe, that's how you distinguish. SDA is the SATA one, NVMe is the motherboard, the M.2 one. Okay, we are going to format the first one. I already know the second one has Windows on it. We're going to wipe that one. Okay, we are going to wipe that drive. All right, and we're going to install Linux on here. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So we're going to I want to erase this disk. No swap. Or actually, you know what? Hang on a minute. I know what to do, actually. So actually, before we install, let's cancel the install real quick. For my case, I need to, oh my gosh. There we go. We need to go to Partition Manager. This is a little more advanced. You don't have to do this, but because of the way my system is, you got to be a little bit, yeah. So we're gonna wipe this drive. Okay, so we're gonna completely wipe this drive. All right. So here we go, folks. Actually, I'm gonna do a little thing here. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. All right, everybody. We are about to wipe the Microslop off our machines. F you, Windows 11. I hate you. I hate you so much. I've endured Windows for many, many years. And yeah, I've used Linux on and off, but Windows is my main OS. No longer. We are deleting the Microslop today. So as you can see here, we've got our disk partition manager, and this is our Windows SSD, 2 terabyte SSD occupied by illegally occupied by Windows. We are going to drive these occupiers, we're going to drive these occupiers off of our computer. So yeah, bye Satya Nadella and your stupid army. We are getting rid of you. All right, so we're going to delete all of you. Throw them in the harbor. Exactly. It's the Boston Tea Party. It's the Linux Tea Party, baby. Let's go. So now the disk is completely empty. You see that? Completely empty. Now, we're gonna later format this disk. We're gonna do nothing with it for now. Okay. Now there may be some files on here that we want, but I'm not too worried about that. We'll deal with that. Or actually, no. We'll wipe this. Or no, that's our games drive. We don't want to wipe that. So we don't have an OS on there. We just have games on there. We may want to pull some stuff from the backups. But what we are going to do is we are going to erase this drive, this first one, okay? So this one's completely unformatted. This one will be erased, okay? So we're going to hit apply now and get rid of the Windows demons. They're gone. The Microslop is gone. Nurgle is pleased. Now. Would Windows be the Nurgleites? I guess so, if you're talking 40K. But there you go. The Emperor is pleased. So anyways, or I guess no, Windows would be the Imperium and we're Nurgle. I don't know which way it works. Anyways, back to it. Now we'll go back into the installer. So I just clicked on the installer there. Now that we've erased the disk, we're going to do all the same setup stuff. I'm just going to select LA as my home city because that's where I'm at. Keyboard, English US default, all good. And now this is the key moment, okay? This is the key moment. We nuked Windows, okay? We did an October 23rd, 2077 nuke on Windows, and so now we are going to now wipe our old Linux install. My old Linux install needs some work, but we're going to erase the disk and do a swap with Hibernate. And so now you can see here, we are going to have a full disk of just Linux, and then the second one will be a backup drive where I store games. Okay, so that's the strat that we're going with. All right, so now we're gonna click next, and I'm gonna put my name. Obviously, yes, I'm going to dox myself. I'm totally going to dox myself. No, I'm not gonna do that. And I'm gonna call this BMMPC. Okay, and now Boy Meets Mini obviously is my stream name. My password, you don't know that. Hang on, let me make sure. There we go. There we go. So we've got that. We could use a different, one thing I do recommend, by the way, for security is using a different password for the admin account. See, there's a checkbox here. Use the same password for the admin account. So just real quick, let me explain accounts. The way accounts work on Linux. They're a little different than Windows. So in Windows, you can have your main user be the administrator of the computer. On Linux and Mac, it works differently because they're both Unix type operating systems. On Linux and Mac, the way things work is you have a root user, like the root of a tree. And so the root user is the is the administrator on high, basically, is the administrator of the operating system, okay? And the root user exists on every Linux and Mac install, okay? And then below that, you can have other administrators. You can create your own admin users, but the main admin user is root, okay? And so the way Linux works is if you want to do anything administrator related, you have to do what's called super user. You have to elevate your privileges, right? You have to elevate yourself to those root privileges. And there's multiple commands. There's sudo, there's chroot, there's all kinds of different ways of doing that. But basically, there's a different mechanism for gaining admin privileges on a Linux system versus Windows. It's a security thing, and it's just the way Unix user has the Unix sort of user functionality is built from the ground up. Okay, so that's the reason why what we want to do here, why that's important. We want to use a unique password for admin. So let's say in case, you get a virus, something not likely with Linux, but you might, they're not impossible. You want to have a different password for root, and obviously maybe write it down somewhere safe that's not in the cloud somewhere. But again, this is like a security thing. So I'm just going to set a different password for the administrator. Make sure I type it the same. It's a little bit hard to type with the camera in the way, but there you go. So I have unique passwords for my user and for the root user as well, who is the admin on high, basically. Now, look at that. So this is a summary. Before we get started, this is a summary of the options we picked. So this screen, before launching into the install, unlike, see, with Windows, once you hit next, it starts installing, okay? With this, it's cool because a lot of Linux install wizards, whether it's Fedora or in this case Garuda or Ubuntu and all these others, they actually give you a summary of the selections you made. So, what keyboard layout you picked, how you're partitioning your disks, all that kind of thing. And so basically now we're going to hit the magic install button and sit back. Oh, well, not quite. Install now. And sit back. And talk to you about everything. So yeah, now you can actually see what it's doing down there. But this is cool, right? So we're doing a Linux install, live action Linux install. Which is very cool. I love that we're doing this, by the way. Oh, I forgot to post my go live on Blue Sky. I completely forgot. I usually post in a bunch of Discords I'm in, and they're like promo channels, but I forgot to post my go live on Blue Sky. Hang on, sorry, I'm posting up on Blue Sky. On Blue Guy. On Blue Guy, that's right. Sorry, my stream might lag a little bit now that I'm doing all this stuff. My laptop is on its is on the fritz a little bit. There we go. Should I promote on Twitter as well and get a bunch of haters in here? That'll be funny. The cool thing with Blue Sky, by the way, you can actually do a go live. Now, you can't actually stream on Blue Sky, but you can do a go live, and your profile, your PFP on Blue Sky, will show a red ring saying you're live. And you can set, and also if they click your PFP, it goes to the stream. So it's kind of a cool feature on Blue Sky. So if you're a content creator and you're on Blue Sky, you can actually do that. There's a little go live feature that'll basically give people a direct link when they click on your PFP to your stream. And you can set a time limit. You can say, oh, I'm live for the next 4 hours or whatever. So I do that, and like, so when people see your Blue Sky post, they'll see the red ring around your PFP. All right, looks like Garuda Linux is installed, baby. All right. I'm gonna tweet it as well. I know, dangerous territory, but yeah, you gotta live life on the edge, you know. You gotta live life on the edge, guys. Guys, gals, and everyone in between. Hang on a minute. I am just... So what I do, I post a link in a reply. There we go. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. So let me... Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely ignored you. Yeah, it's goodbye. We don't need you here. We had a bigot in YouTube chat I completely ignored. Well, I like ignoring bigots. It's good, you know. Gamer Nexus is an incel. Like, they were calling Gamers Nexus an incel, which I don't know if that's true. I haven't heard anything of the sort. Like, only an incel would say that. Like, come on. Fedora people are going back to Windows. Fedora people are going back to Windows. Incel Nexus. All this stuff, dude. And you look like an idiot. And obviously they did also post the peace slur for Indian people. Yeah, looks like we got a Satya Nadella stan over in YouTube chat. I just banned them though. Nice. All right, everybody, look at that. We have got Garuda Linux on. Yeah, we're gonna get really annoying Reddit mods in chat. You're a arsler. You're a this. You're a that. You're a, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, and they all sound like Think Before You Sleep when they talk. That's why I do the voice. Actually, you know, they all sound like Ben Shapiro. You know, with the wet ass P word. Anyways, they wish it was wet. Anyways. So, with that said, let's get back into it. We are going to restart. We're going to restart into Garuda Linux. Ready? Computer fries itself. Yes, Gamers Nexus. Yeah, they took down the honey scam. So, Howard from the Great Big Bang Theory. Yeah, the Big Bang Theory is such a problematic show. So as you can see now, sorry. So just real quick, let me switch back to PC cam, or sorry, screen cam. So what you can see here, my PC rebooted, and now I'm on this screen. So you'll see this screen come up. This is the boot selection screen. In fact, let me reboot it just so you all can see, since you probably didn't catch that refresh or that reboot. Anyways, Zion, so we just set up Linux on my machine. I wiped the hard drive, and don't worry, I backed up a bunch of stuff onto external drives. I've got, you know, got the external drive and everything, so we're good as far as that. So this comes up. Now, this will, in 5 seconds, this goes away. So this goes away pretty quickly. But since we only have Linux, basically select the first option, and it's by default. So if you don't hit anything, it'll just go straight into booting Linux. Man, I want to see more Windows chuds come into chat, be like, Linux sucks. I use Windows because it works with everything. I love Satya Nadella. I love being cucked. You know, all that kind of stuff, you know. Anyways. But anyways, I'm gonna log in as myself, and I should be able to, let me switch back here. It should pick up the new capture. There we go. So now you can see here, a young Sheldon. It's a cursed show. I know. I don't want to talk about that right now. Let's continue with let's continue learning. All right. So, and as you can see, one thing you want to check is the current time. Obviously, I'm Nurge 24-hour time, but yeah, it is 6:25 p.m. on the West Coast, so that makes sense. And it is the 1st of July. So, let's log in. Oh, it didn't like that. Okay. There we go. Now we can log in. I mistyped something there. And now you can see we have fully booted into Linux. We are on Linux, which is very cool, and it'll give you a nice little welcome screen. Now, there's a bunch of fancy effects going on. I'm likely just going to turn these off. Okay, so I'm gonna hit OK. Now, what it's going to do here, now, depending on which version of Linux you get, it'll usually prompt you for updates. In Fedora, it'll be through a UI. In Garuda, it does it through a terminal, which is kind of weird, I know. But basically, with Garuda, it's asking me for my password that I set. So the same password I logged in with, I'm going to type it in here in the terminal. So there we go. And now it's going to do a bunch of updates and see what it needs, okay? Oh, yeah. No. Linux is not paid, INSO. Linux is free, open source. Free as in beer. That's the whole reason I'm switching to it. It's not attached to corporations as much, or really at all. I mean, unless you're talking about certain distros like Red Hat or Ubuntu. Fedora's, you know, independent, basically, of Red Hat. They do depend on them, but they're pretty independent. But that said, like, yeah, Linux is free as in beer. And depending which, you know, there's so many different distros and stuff. It is free as in beer. Yep. Because it's open source. If anyone's not familiar with open source, basically that means that and we gotta pick an option here. That means that if it's open source, that means that the code. So normally, right, Windows code, can you look at Windows's code that the developers put in? No, it's owned by Microsoft and it's in their, you know, it's secured by them. You can't look at it. It's proprietary. With Linux, you can actually look at the code of, you know, the kernel, the various projects, applications, everything is open source. The code is open to you, and you can look at it. You can contribute. You can report bugs. You can do all kinds of stuff, and people, you know, developers do support it. So it's more of a volunteer system, but it works really, really well. Yes, it's more secure because it has a lot of the sandboxing and root privilege protection and stuff like that like Unix and Mac OS have, but it's even more secure than Mac OS in some respects. So anyways, it's asking me for a language. This is a weird package called Tesseract. I don't know why I need this, but I'm just going to select ENG, I think. Where is it? Yeah, number 30. So we're going to select, well, yeah, we can do 30 here, 30. And now there's a bunch of packages to install. So there's about 200 megs of packages to install. We'll just get going. So yeah, we've already, and also what it's going to do, it's going to have us reboot. So the first time you install updates on a brand new system, it's going to have you reboot because it has to update the kernel. It has to update graphics drivers. The cool thing is, see what's so cool? This is installing NVIDIA. This has already detected that I have an NVIDIA card and it's installing the driver. On Windows, let's say you reinstall Windows, you have to go to nvidia.com and download and install the driver and go through that hassle and all those clicks. With this, it just picks it up. It's amazing. Same with printers, same with keyboards, mice, cameras, webcams, capture cards, trying to think of all the devices you use, game controllers, things like that. They all just pick right up. If you have a flight stick or a joystick or something like that, it just picks it up. In fact, I can do it right now. I'll do it right now for 5 subs. I'm just kidding. You don't have to give me subs today. But here's my game controller. Yeah, LibreOffice is great. I'm gonna show you LibreOffice. So this is my game controller. It's not a PS4 controller. It's a PS4 style Xbox controller. Watch this. I'm gonna plug it in. Watch this. It's just gonna pick it right up. There you go. Upper right hand corner. It's been connected, and not only has it been connected, you might think, oh, that's not enough, whatever. If you go into settings, go into game controller, bam, there it is. It already detects the click wheels, the buttons, it picks up the triggers and everything. See? Look at that. So it just works. Isn't that beautiful? Yep. So you don't need to install any drivers for controllers. Now, usually in Windows, you don't have to either. Like, it has Xbox drivers built in, but in this case, it's just part of the kernel. That's like the powerful thing with it. I don't use Bluetooth on my main desktop, so I just disable it. I have my Wi-Fi on. And then also I want to set up my power profile. So one of the things you also want to do, if it's a laptop, leave the power settings alone. It's on the best setting, balanced, sort of to save power. But on a desktop, you don't want that. So I go up here to the right-hand corner, power and battery. And what I do is I set my power profile to performance. Okay? So there you go, performance. That's best for streaming. So for streaming and gaming, set it to performance, okay? So again, I went up here to the upper right-hand corner, drop down. I went to, well, in this case, it's right here now, power. And then I went to profile, performance. Yep. Sorry, can you hear me off mic like this when I talk? You should be able to. Yeah, LibreOffice is great. I'll show you that real quick while it's installing. So LibreOffice, for anybody wondering, you might wonder, what is this liberal office? I don't know, liberals, am I right? No, it's not liberal office, it's LibreOffice. So LibreOffice, okay, it's not installed here. I have to install it on here, but most Linux distros will have it installed. It is in fact, I'll show you here. LibreOffice. Okay, LibreOffice is an open source alternative to Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, etc. I highly recommend it. And by the way, if anybody's wondering if it's paid, nope, it's open source and it's free. And it works not only on Linux. You might think, oh, it's LibreOffice. It's only for Linux, right? No, it's for Windows as well. This works on Windows and Mac. So this is for all computers, okay? The LibreOffice works on all systems, Linux, Windows, and Mac. So even if you're stuck on Windows and you don't want to move to Linux yet, if you want to get away from Microsoft Office, at least cut off that and not have to pay the subscription, get LibreOffice, and you can do all your resumes, your documents, your spreadsheets, your finances, things like that through LibreOffice. It's amazing. Right now, it's just compiling all the updates, so bear with me. So basically, the main system is already installed. So we just need to install some extra tools and things. I'll show you how to do that. But basically, the main sort of thing is already installed, which is very cool. So in the meantime, what we're gonna do, okay, so it's done now. See how quick? With Windows, you gotta wait an hour for updates. This installed, 700 updates in a matter of maybe 5 or 6 minutes. So yeah. I'm just looking at more of what this idiot said in YouTube chat. It's so funny. You look at this. I have seen Linux, you know, obviously they're taking the R slur and just prefixing it, right? You know, right? So I have seen Linux slurs with Fedora come crawling back to Windows. Um, you know, you Linux stupid sicken me. Like, dude, who came up? Is this like a thing with chuds? Like, are they calling Linux users Linux R slurs or whatever? Like, I really wonder. Or is that some kind of bot that like invented that term on the spot? I bet that's it. So anyways, now you can see the updates are all done. You know, what we're gonna do now. What we're gonna do now, my USB stick is still plugged in. I know, I hate that the R slur is making a comeback. So our USB stick is still plugged in. We're going to now unmount it. And the way you do it is very similar to Linux and Mac, or Windows and Mac. So if you go up here, you see the little USB icon, you click it, and you can eject it. Or you can just safely pull it out. Yeah, you can safely pull it out because it's not mounted. Just pull it out. It'll be fine. So now you don't need this. This is good. This is done. Check mark. What is that? Time to reclaim it? No, time to get rid of it. Time to get rid of it entirely. I don't like ableism, even if it's making fun of fascists. I hate it. Having ableism just keeps fascism around, if you think about it. So anyways, fascists hate disabled people. Yeah, that's true. So anyways, so let's get back into it. As you can see here, it's asking us to reboot. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so well, it's not asking us to reboot, but we'll reboot later. But let's install some stuff before we reboot. Okay, actually, no, let's reboot. Let's reboot because we do have a new kernel and stuff. So the way you reboot on this, it's a little tricky. You want to go up here to the Eagle menu in the top, this launcher, and then there's a session button here. It's not exactly clear. There's a session button here, and then you want to hit restart. So we'll hit restart. So it's very similar to restarting on Windows. Very, very similar. Start menu, and then you know, find the restart button once you know where it is. Yeah. Yeah, don't mind me. The other computer is rebooting, but now you can see, you can probably see the bootloader is here. So, oh, it shows the BIOS and everything. That's pretty cool. So yeah, we'll go ahead and select Garuda. You don't really need to select anything at this boot screen because we don't have another OS installed. The reason this screen comes up though is because let's say you have God forbid, like I had before, you have Windows and Linux installed on the same machine. You can select between the two. So I would select Windows if I wanted to boot into Windows, and I would select Linux if I wanted to boot back into it. So you can, Ienzo, you can save as a docx in LibreOffice. I'll show you how to do that real quick. But anyways, we're back at the login screen. Let me show you how to do that. We're going to install LibreOffice, and then I'll show you how to do that. So, we got the basic OS running, all good, everything looks great. So, what we're going to do now is, you can see here, with Arch Linux, it's a little bit trickier to work with, so ignore this step that I'm going to do next. I'm just gonna do this little merge step. Don't pay attention. Don't be suspicious. It's just a little config thing. Okay, so processed all the pack new files, and now if we go back to the welcome page, restart it. Also, no, I don't want to follow the accent color, and all right. A235. New stream look? Nah, I'm just on my laptop, so my bot isn't running or anything. So if someone needs a shout out, just do // I'll just do / shout out. If someone needs a shout out, my bot. So basically, 235. I am on my laptop, streaming off my laptop, and then my desktop is running through a capture card. So what you're seeing is a brand new Linux install on my big desktop. We wiped Windows. We nuked the Microslop. We nuked the Microslop. And you know what's funny? we actually, so this is a Gamers Nexus t-shirt. And what's funny is in YouTube chat, some hater came through and said, "You're a Linux arslur." You know how people prefix the arslur now with like whatever, like like woke, yeah, right, woke arslur, right? So they called me a Lunix arslur, which is really weird. I've never heard that in my life. Lunix, not Linux. And it's because I'm wearing this t-shirt, and it's from Gamers Nexus, the YouTube channel. I guess it's a hater. It's someone who hates Gamers Nexus or whatever. And so, yeah, I got the Microslop t-shirt from them. And they said, you're a bunch of Linux, this and that. You're a bunch of loonies who, you'll eventually go back to Windows, Sweaty. It's like, oh my god, bro. They probably sound like Think Before You Sleep as well. Anyways. But yeah, we are temporarily on my laptop today and tomorrow. I think on Friday, I should be back on my desktop because tomorrow we're actually going to set up streaming on Linux, okay? So I'm going to show you that. Tonight we're doing initial setup and all that. Yeah, and by the way, there is no Windows on my machine as we speak. So I win. I guess I'm the loony. I guess I'm the Lunix user. Yeah. I guess I'm the Lunix tick or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I fell for it again. I get the fell for it again award, right? So anyways, we've got, we're gonna reboot one more time though, just to be sure. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and run this. So, yeah, exactly. And obviously I'm using a more advanced OS, so I'm using Garuda Linux, which is Arch Linux based. A little more hands-on command line. If you want something that's point and click, Fedora. Fedora is great. Ubuntu I don't recommend because Ubuntu is tied to like a corporation. They're a little more corporate and stuff, so I wouldn't recommend Ubuntu unless you want something super easy. It's fine, pick your poison. But Fedora is also great for point and click, sort of easy sort of migration. All right, let's reboot one more time. Do you see how fast it shuts down, by the way? Windows takes me a solid 30 seconds to shut down, even after I cleaned up. Windows 11 takes freaking forever to shut down or start up. Linux just starts right up. Like, it just gets up and going. It's so fast. And this is running off an M.2 SSD, by the way. Yes, yeah, start with Fedora, but a lot of what I'm going to teach you here is going to cross over because you'll see the installation is quite similar, the config's quite similar. Look, I'm already at the login screen. Take that, Win11. Take that, Microslop. Yeah, I'm a Linux. I'm a Linux tune. Yeah, okay. I'm a Linux tunes character, exactly. I mean, I do have a Ryzen 7 7000 series, and Lobster 2 buttery, etc. But yeah, my Lobster's real buttery right now. But anyways, I love the base wallpaper. Let me show you some of the cool wallpapers they have too. Windows 11 could never. Okay, like come on, why not? And none of these are all done by artists, by the way. These are not done by AI. These are done by artists, which is really, really cool. Oh, should we do the eagle? I know this almost kind of, well, it's kind of blurred because I have a window in the way, but yeah, that's, oh, wait, I didn't save it. Hang on. So when you select one, you gotta hit apply. There you go. That looks rad, don't it? Looks so rad. Steak too juicy, lobster too buttery, curry too rich, etc. Yeah. Curry's got too much ghee in it. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, once you install Linux, you'd be like, wow, where was this? Oh, Windows was holding me back, wasn't it? Yeah, that's how you're gonna feel. Yeah. There's some cool wallpapers in here. I think what we're going to do, you know what, we'll keep this. This is so cool. I love this. This goes real hard. Yeah, this is done by artists, by the way. This is not AI generated at all. So with that, we're going to install some applications, okay? Now, Ienzo, you asked about LibreOffice. Let me show you a couple things. So I'm going to install LibreOffice. So in here, it's a little bit different than on Fedora. On Fedora, they have a better app store. This isn't as friendly, but whatever, it works. What we're gonna do is we're going to I'm gonna install a bunch of things that I need first. So we're gonna install Easy Effects. We're going to install printing support. Yep. Yes. We're gonna install Sane scanners, the cup service. There we go. We're going to do we have firewall already, that's good. Set login shell. I think this is using fish, right? Yeah, this is using fish. Okay. No, I don't like the borderless maximize. I'll disable that. So this is a bunch of stuff you can do. Performance tweaks. Yeah, we have our Zen kernel, we have locales. All right, so let's do all these operations. Run all the actions. It should. Because Proton has anti-cheat. If I'm right, doesn't Proton it? Because otherwise, like, why would they allow, right? Does Proton have anti-cheat? I gotta remember. Proton anti-cheat. Because I believe they do. Oh. EAC games that work in Wine and Proton are use the Linux native, which communicates with an EAC binary that enables support shifts. The Steam is also required. This runtime allows that the same exact as for BattleEye. But I think today it's pretty good for that. Yeah, there is Proton anti-cheat. So that does exist. But again, the kind of games I play, like, you're not gonna get, like, yeah, they're not gonna get you for that. So these days, yeah, these days are, like, I feel like gaming companies are opening up more to Linux, so yeah. Okay. So what we're gonna do, we are also going, so now just so I have your attention here, we're going to now add on LibreOffice. Okay, so I'm going to search for LibreOffice here in the package manager. We're going to install all of it. Okay, so I just checked LibreOffice there. Let's install it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is using the Pac-Man package manager. It's pretty good. And it's cool because now there's like only 1 or 2 ways to install things, which is nice. You know, you have a centralized package manager and things like that. So it's really... Linux is really cool for that. The fact that, you know, distributions have that package manager. So what we're going to do is we're going to... I want to disable some of these desktop effects, though. So what we're going to do is... Yeah, we're going to set our global theme. That's fine. It's fine. I like that pointer, but it's small, so we're going to up our pointer size. There we go. There we go. That's a more visible pointer. And then we want to turn off, so there's a lot of animations and stuff going on. I'm going to increase, first of all, I want to increase the animation speed. And what I like to do is, what I like to do, fade pop-ups in and out, slide, yeah, we could fade, but I don't like the fading pop-ups. I don't really like that. And then what we're also going to do, we're going to turn off some of these. So like this, hot corners. So the reason you want to turn off some of these effects is OBS can behave weird sometimes with that stuff. So you gotta you've got to sorry, you've gotta, like, you know, remove some of that because it will affect OBS in some way. So now you can see everything's kind of faster and stuff like that. So there you go. There you go. But yeah. Oh yeah, if you shake your mouse enough, it gets big. Just so you can see it. But yeah, there you go. That's what this looks like now. Now, I think also we need to set up our display a little bit. So right now we're at 4K. We're going to set this. And it's just behaving this way because, yeah, for color accuracy, there we go. And we'll do that. Yeah, this ain't Garuda. Exactly. And now what we're going to do is we're going to disable. So what we want to do for OBS as well, we want to disable screen tearing. I disabled this. This is VSync. It doesn't work well with OBS. It causes that flicker issue that we had before. So we're going to apply that. But yeah, there you go. That is our display here, as you can see. Cool, right? So now that we have all that set up, let me show you LibreOffice real quick. We did install it, so I'm going to start up LibreOffice. So you're familiar with this, right? Right, Ienzo, you're familiar with this. So let's go. Let's say you write a document. I write a document. You know, say I have defeated Cynthia Nadella and his Microslop minions with my Garuda Linux US Magic enchanted my enchanted Garuda Linux USB install stick. Psych. There we go. All right. Yeah, LibreOffice is cool. So it is really cool. There we go. So let's say you have this document. Now, there's two ways of saving. So just real quick, how do you save a document in LibreOffice? So typically, you save, and the format that it wants it in is ODT. ODT is LibreOffice's own open format. Well, it turns out if you click, so if I save this as test, I'll just save it as test. If I save this right now, it's going to save in the wrong format. Okay, it's going to save as an ODT. In fact, I can show you here in the file manager. If I go to documents, test.odt is right there. Now, what I can do instead is I can save as, and instead of ODT, I can save as, if I hit this drop down here, this is the file type drop down, go here. Okay, Ienzo, go here, drop down, and there's a few other formats. Look for docx, look for Word 2010. Okay, Word 2010 document. Look for that. And now we'll save this. And obviously, it's going to warn you, uncheck the do not show, click use Word. And now this is a docx file. And what's so cool about this is now you have a docx file and LibreOffice will open it. I don't want tips on startup. There you go. But there you go. So you can actually open and edit docx files on this. So, file edited, right? So if I save this, I close out, and then I open it again, bam, the change stays. So yeah, you can save and edit as docx as well, XLSX, things like that. So you can save in the Microsoft format, no problem. All right, so there you go. Actually, I need to do double clicking. So yeah, that's one option I need to do. So one thing you want to do also in KDE, it will, when you single click stuff, it will open. I don't like that. So when you open up the file manager, which in my case is this little gray folder here, open up the file manager, go up to settings, go to configure Dolphin. Dolphin is what the file manager is called. And then what you want to do, you can also search for settings. So so I just search for double click. And so what you can do is, I think it's, hang on a minute. Where is the, or is it single click? Hang on a minute. Let me find it. Double click triggers nothing. No. All right. Hang on a minute. How did I do this? It might not be in settings. Hang on a minute. It might be under show previews, change view mode. Hang on. Let me figure this out. I said it a long time ago, so I forget. Confirmations, panels, no, it won't be in there. I think it'll be in view, right? Or you know what? It might be in settings. Let's go to main settings. So there's this little thing here, settings. If we do double window behavior. Left click. Activate pass click on raise on release. No. Left click, middle click, right click. No. 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 General behavior. Okay, so what you want to do, you want to go into, in this case, in KDE, you want to go to settings. Sorry. General behavior. Right here under workspace, general behavior. And then you want to clicking files or folders, opens them or selects them. I'm going to say selects them and hit apply. All right, so now you're going to have it where, so if I go here, now I have to double click to open things. See? Whereas if I single click, that just selects it. Right, and if I click on the name, I can obviously rename it like that. So now it's set up with Windows. I prefer a detailed view of things like this, so that's what I prefer. So my view... Hang on a minute, I'm trying to see what my default view is. I don't know how to set my default view. But anyways, there you go. That's kind of how like the basics are. So let's walk through some of the basics. Yeah, that's true. Well, an AI model can also selectively forget. So, with that said, now how do we so let's walk through some basics, and you know what? Let me select a different wallpaper because this is kind of what is going on. Let me select a different wallpaper because this is kind of distracting. Let's select the city. All right. We're going to select the city for now. So, this is a little bit less distracting of a wallpaper. So, let's talk about how you set this up. So, first of all, basics. It's like Mac OS. You have a top bar up here. It's kind of sort of translucent, which is interesting. I'll have to fix that later. But like, yeah, basically you have a top bar here with some, with some icons like, your network, your display settings, your volume, your power, just like in Windows or Mac. Then up on the upper right hand corner you have your users, so you can lock your screen here. But this will lock your screen, and then I can go back in. I believe they do, I just don't set it because it's distracting to me. Or there might be a KDE plugin for that. KDE has a lot of plugins. I'm also going to set a profile. You can set your own profile picture if you go down to users. You can click here and select a profile picture. Oh yeah, this is Conky. Where's there's a new character they have also, but Conky is their little mascot. Really cool. But yeah, I'm gonna select the Supra just for you. You missed the Mini Cooper, I'll get it back, don't worry. There was an error, why? Huh. Wow, that's weird. I couldn't do that. Weird. Anyways, so what you want to do is so basically in the upper left hand corner, similar to Windows, on Linux you have a start menu. So up here it's in the upper left. Now obviously if I shove in the upper left, this is where I can see my workspaces. That's just a little feature, so if you just nudge the upper left. But what I like to do is I go here, and this is my start menu. So pretty self-explanatory. Everything's categorized. You know, you've got your graphics, your internet apps, your multimedia, you've got Office and System. Okay, so that's sort of how that works. Like for example, HTOP, this shows system processes, so that's pretty useful. So anyways, that's what that is. One thing I like to do again is set my display config so that why is it? I mean, that's fine. I'm used to it being there. That's fine. I just usually hit Windows key anyways, so, or super key. You can also set your places. So in addition to applications, you also have places. So you can go to your main thing. So if you need to access your settings, you can see your hardware as well. So for instance, if you want to see your graphics hardware, you can where is it? PCI. Yeah, you can see your stuff here, but I believe the NVIDIA card should show up. It's not there. Okay, interesting. Then you can see all your temperatures here. But yeah. Anyways, so that's like the basics. And then up here at the top, this is kind of handy. So where the no, it's there. It's there. The NVIDIA drivers are installed. Don't worry. Up here, this is a handy tool. Windows 11 doesn't have this, by the way. This is a handy little calendar, and you can actually look through it and stuff. This is cool, because sometimes I'm like, oh, what day is coming up next and all that stuff. And also it can integrate into your existing calendar, your Google Calendar, or I guess I want to get Proton Mail and start using that. But I think it ties into Proton Mail pretty well as also. So yeah, so that's what that looks like. But yeah, that's like the basic desktop. And then at the bottom, this is your hotbar. So this is where you can add and remove stuff if you want, unpin. What we're going to do though next is we're going to install a web browser that I like to use, because Garuda comes with a Firefox-based browser called FireDragon. I am not the biggest fan of, accessing Windows Calendar is a pain, exactly. With Linux, it's just at the top. But there is a browser called FireDragon. I don't like to use it, personally. It is a Firefox sort of fork. I don't really like to use it. The browser I prefer using, and what I recommend people use, because it's lightweight, it's nice, it looks great. Yes, you stole my thunder there. We're going to do Zen browser. We are going to use Zen browser. I highly, highly recommend Zen. It is my favorite browser to date. It's really good. This is based on Firefox, not Chrome. So if you want to de-Google, this is a great browser to de-Google with. What I do though to install it, so you can download it for Linux, or there's an easier way to do it. And it's called FlatHub. Now, if you're wondering what FlatHub is, it's like, okay, I've never heard of FlatHub. What the heck is this? So FlatHub is like a universal sort of app store for Linux systems of all kinds, whether you run Fedora, Ubuntu, Arch, whatever you got. FlatHub is sort of a universal installer of sort of an app store for Linux. And by the way, if you're wondering, App Store, do I have to pay? No, you don't have to pay. It's free also. This is all free as in beer. You can just install stuff, okay? So, yes. So we are, yes, this is all open source stuff. It's really, really cool. There's a lot of cool little tools for that. And the way you use FlatHub on Linux is, I recommend on KDE, there's a tool called Discover, okay? So note this down. If you're using KDE, there's a tool called Discover. But what we're going to do, Software Center, hang on a minute. You can just search for it here, and then you can hit Get Discover, okay? Oh, okay, I couldn't do that. I Hang on a minute. I probably have to install it through here. Audio, select the software you'd like to install. So yeah, like this allows you to install a bunch of stuff like Audacity. Audacity is really useful, so I'll install that. There's also, if you hit next, so this allows you to install some browsers. We're not going to install any of these, but this allows you to walk through a wizard and gives you choices. We're going to install Discord. We're going to install, I do need Zoom sometimes, unfortunately, so there is some closed source stuff I'm going to install. I know, not a purist, I know, caught, but yeah, there you go. Then, as far as like software development, the only things I really need for software development, I could install Docker, fine, I could do that. But I'm going to install NeoVim, so I'll install that later on my own. So, but if you need a development tool, VS Code, VS Codium. By the way, there's an ad break now, but so 235, you're in luck. VS Codium, which is a sort of telemetry-free VS Code, is available on Linux. Yeah, you can get VS Codium on Linux. I'm more of a Vim guy, but then again, I'm a weirdo, so I'm cringe. Obviously for gaming, there's a bunch of stuff, so yeah. We're gonna skip over that. Now for graphics, I like to install Krita, GIMP. I'm gonna install Blender. We're also going to install, yeah, that's it, yeah. You can also do a font editor, but yeah. And maybe Darktable, because I do have a DSLR. Darktable is for editing raw. Input methods, sure, we'll add the Indian languages, why not? And then as far as internet, so there are some tools you can install like Putty, Deluge. Deluge is a BitTorrent client, so I'm gonna go ahead and install my BitTorrent client. But there's also QBitTorrent, I might as well use that. And then kernels, yeah, we don't need a kernel. We don't need a mail client. Multimedia, I mean, I don't really need this stuff. We did get LibreOffice. Yeah, we don't need any of this. Software centers, we're good to go there. Yeah, this is Discover, okay? So this is Discover. So we're gonna use this. We're not gonna install OBS from here, by the way. Do not install OBS. So by the way, quick note, creators who are on Linux, do not install OBS. If you're an Arch Linux, creators on Arch Linux, do not install OBS from here. Don't do it. I'm gonna show you a better way that actually comes with more plugins, okay? I am also gonna install Kdenlive. That's my video editor of choice. And yeah, I have VLC as well. And then, yeah, I don't need any of this stuff. And we're going to apply these changes. And then we're going to type our password and let her rip. And it's going to install everything for us. That's what's cool about this. This will actually install lots and lots of stuff for you. And with that, I'm going to take a break. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Good to see you, Vanya. How you doing, my friend? Sorry, none of my bots and stuff are working. So for anyone wondering who just walked in, I am streaming off of my laptop, and I just threw sort of, a few scenes together to stream this. And what you're seeing right now is actually my desktop through a capture card. So basically, we live installed Linux on my PC and completely wiped out Windows. In fact, we are so anti-Microsoft today. We are so we're bleeding heart anti-Windows today. It's Microslop, of course. Satya Nadella hates me and will never hire me ever. That's what's gonna happen. But yeah, we've got that going for us. And yeah, sorry, so none of my bots are working. I didn't have time to set it up on this other machine. I just, work and all that stuff. So that took time, but I threw a few scenes together. Also, earlier actually I was showing people this. I have a little screen cam here. So I was showing people how to how to use that's all you all, by the way. I was showing people how to down here. It's probably not clear, but yeah, that's my wait, sorry, one second. Moving you all around. So that's my PC case, and yeah, those are my USB ports, as you can see right there. Yeah, I do have a fan controller as well. But yeah, basically, we've been installing Linux on my main SSD. Now, Zoom is taking its sweet time to download. So yeah, I've got a little screen cam here that I can just move around wherever I need to. Yeah. But yeah, we are installing Linux and sort of setting it up the way I want. Today is initial setup. Tomorrow, and Vanya, I don't know if you'll have time tomorrow for this. If you don't, it's cool. The VOD will be up on YouTube and Twitch, but obviously permanent on YouTube. So part 2 of this, we're actually tomorrow going to set up OBS. We're going to set up cameras. We're going to set up all that stuff, okay? We're going to set up OBS, cameras. We're going to have all that stuff fully set up tomorrow on this machine over here. So we're going to set up all the streaming stuff, the bot, all that stuff. And I'll show you how to get that working on Linux, because I've actually had it working on Linux before. So I'll show you how that's done. But yeah, pretty cool, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to reboot now, and then after that, we will install Zen, okay? Yes, DaVinci Resolve is also Linux compatible. That's true, yes. So we're going to go ahead and reboot. As you can see here, it's going to reboot. Now, I'll show you what happens. Whenever you boot your Linux system, it's going to look a little different from how it does in Windows. With Windows, typically, you see the Windows logo, right? But now, watch what you're going to see. When this comes on, you'll see a boot menu. Just let it go. Like, unless you need to, like, shut down, restart, whatever, just, it'll have the first option selected, and it'll just boot into Linux for you. But yeah, tomorrow I'm going to show you all how to get all the streaming stuff set up. We're just doing initial setup today, installing all the applications we need, okay? So that's what we're doing tonight. So, now, I should be able to go back here. Now you can see I'm at the login screen, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to log in. And by the way, Vanya, even earlier I showed everybody how to make a bootable USB stick. So this is the stick we used to install. I showed everybody how to do that, how to boot from it from your BIOS. On my board you keep hitting F8 when you turn on your computer. Boot menu, USB, and then you go to town. But yeah, that's basically what we did. And so you can see here that this always comes up. But yeah, there you go. So yeah, now what we're going to do next is we installed a bunch of tools, right? So what we're going to do next is add them to our row down here. Now, how do we do that? This is very, very similar to how you do it on Mac if you've ever used Mac in your life. If you haven't, I'll show you how. But yeah, if you go here, Actually, I might make that the upper right-hand corner trigger. Let me change that. That's annoying because every time I go for the menu, it does that. So let me see. So window management. Let me see how to set this up. Yeah, Linux is a bit of setup, but yeah. Just trying to see here. Mac, never heard of her. Yeah, never heard of it. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we did show that today. Let me figure something out. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, VLC is our default. Kate is our default text editor. Hang on a minute. One sec. How do I set that? That's so weird. Task switcher. Oh. Excuse me. I'm forgetting where it is now. I think it's... Sorry, I'm a little fatigued tonight. Hang on a minute. Yeah, how do we... Hang on a minute. Screen edges, I think that's what it is. Yes, so what we want to do, you can trigger an action by pushing the mouse pointer against that edge. No bara. It would fit. It would fit. It just, the packaging's a lot different, that's all. Nothing really different there. No action, and then we want to set this corner to overview. There we go. So now when you go in this corner, now you get the overview. See? That beautiful? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back here and continue installing some tools that we need, okay? So let's see what other tools we need. Let's go over what we've installed already. We've got Kate, Meld, we've got all that stuff. We've got LibreOffice. We have Blender, Darktable. We've got GIMP, Krita. We need to set up our browser, though. We do have Discord, but we need to set up our browser. Yeah, we have some of our AV tools installed. I do need to set up Easy Effects. So tomorrow, actually, when I set up all the streaming stuff, I'm also gonna show you how to set up Easy Effects with a microphone. So that's gonna be cool. All right. And then we have, yeah, LibreOffice. And what we're gonna do, actually, I'm going to add this to so you can just drag and drop. And it adds to the panel here, and that's LibreOffice. So now that's pinned. You see that? So now I can move that around. So I can, put LibreOffice there. Easy Effects is a sound equalizer, basically, audio effects on your whole machine. So right now, what I have is my mic is running through OBS's, compressor and stuff like that. Easy Effects allows you to add effects to, say, your inputs or your audio output. It's basically Voicemeeter, but open source and way more stable. I've had way better luck with Easy Effects. Voicemeeter constantly crashes for me, so this is way better than Voicemeeter, and there's no license. It's open source, so, well, there is a license, I guess. So, with that said, yeah, that's what Easy Effects is. Yeah, it's really nice. And then also we're going to, yeah, okay, so we have all that set up. Let's get our printer set up. Sometimes you need to print stuff, right? So with ours though, so I have a Wi-Fi printer, and what's kind of cool is, so if I go here, or if I actually, I think I should be able to manage printers. Hang on a minute. Print, manage printing, spectacle. Okay, manage printing. Okay, that's not running for some reason. Why is cups not running? All right, a little advanced config here. All right, let's do the. Well, I have a. I have an Epson. I have an Epson. So it's not picking that up. That's fine. That's fine. We could go to. There should be other devices. Hang on a minute. Where is it in the settings? I'm forgetting. Let me see if I can add this printer. Hang on a minute. Or is there a printing utility that's... Hang on a minute. Yeah, see, with Garuda, they don't have all the stuff. Yeah, they have all this here, but yeah, for some reason it's not, Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Let me find out. Yeah, the Brother printers. Brother printers are pretty good. Pretty reliable. System settings, printer configuration. I don't see printer configuration. System settings. I don't see printer. Huh, weird. KDE, no printer setting. Missing print panel. Okay, so we need to install Print Manager, so we'll go ahead and do that. If I can type correctly, we'll install that. Sorry, it didn't come with that out of box. I'll probably give them some feedback on that, the Garuda people. Because like they didn't provide any feedback for that, and now it should show. There we go. Now we see printers. So we don't see any printers, right? So Nachi bhai or Cheta and Malayalam. But what we're gonna do, we're going to add a printer, okay? And I think my printer's on, so I should be able to see it. So if I hit add, it should detect it. If not, I got to turn it on. It's probably, aha, there it is. See? So now you can see there's my Epson. There's my Epson printer. It's right there. So yeah, you can just see it there. An Epson ET298 series. But yeah, we're going to select this one, IPP everywhere. We're going to select that, okay? And we're going to make this our default printer and add. Whatever. But yeah, look at that. So that's all working, right? So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to print a test page and show you that it comes out, okay? We're going to print that. And my printer's waking up. Sorry, I banged the mic. I had to remove something from the front of the printer so it actually can move. But yeah, my printer's waking up as we speak. In fact, Let me show you. You could probably maybe hear it. I don't know. There he goes. They printed out the test page. See, I didn't have to go to Epson's website. Do you see the magic of that? I did not have to go to Epson's website. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to do anything. I just did that. There you go. So Windows users, if you think using Linux is hard, again, you plug in your printer, you turn on, obviously in Fedora, it'll the printing service will be on for you. Will be on for you. Bam. You don't have to do any driver installation, anything. Sorry, I keep bumping the mic. So sorry about that. It's just, there's no space here. Gonna get my head around that. Yes. Yes, it does. It gets around all of that. You don't need the Epson app. You don't need anything. If you want to see your ink levels, by the way, let me go back to the main screen. If you want to see your ink levels, now mine is one of those printers that has ink tanks. It doesn't have a cartridge. It has ink tanks that you refill with ink bottles. And so, yeah, you can see your levels for all your cartridges here. Black, cyan, magenta, yellow, right there. Yep, you don't need that. If you hit configure, now I think some of the maintenance might not be there, but the printer itself has the maintenance options on board. So it's an inkjet. It's an inkjet with an ink tank, with 4 ink tanks on board. So basically, when those run low, and you can see on the outside here, let me describe it. I might as well show it. It's one of these. See, those are those right there are the ink tanks. You can see on the bottom there. So those, you know, you'll see as they run low, and then you can just from the top, from the top you can just refill them. Sorry, my desk is a bit of a mess. I'm gonna clear that out before too long. But yeah, there you go. Anybody in YouTube chat? Any Gamers Nexus haters in YouTube chat? I don't see any. Okay, good. All right, so yeah, but that's my printer. But yeah, that's how you get a printer set up. Obviously, a scanner is very, very similar. You can, you know, you could set up your scanners as well. And I think, how do I set that up? I think it's scanner support on Arch Linux, and I believe it'll be in here now. No. Well, I think the printer scanner are all the same, basically. So if I go to sane, or if I try to scan something, it should show up. But we'll try that later. We'll probably try that tomorrow. But yeah, that's how you set up a printer, basically. It's not that hard. And in Fedora, the print manager and stuff will be installed. It's just Garuda didn't have it installed by default, which is kind of weird. And I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of weird. So we installed all those apps. Let's get all those apps on our main hotbar here. So we are going to get a LibreOffice down there. I probably want to also add Blender. So we're going to add Blender. We're going to kind of group things a little bit. So there's Blender. If you're wondering, does Blender run on Linux? Absolutely it does. It absolutely does. Okay? So it absolutely does. Blender absolutely runs on Linux, and it runs great. Say smooth, nice and smooth. Look at that. Blender runs beautifully. Now, what are other apps I have installed? I have Discover installed as well, so we're going to drag that down here. Okay. What is this app here? This is... Hang on a minute. This is Snapper Tools. Okay, interesting. We don't need that for now. We'll unpin that. But there's a tool called Discover. Ah, yeah. So, okay, so right now it's saying Garuda Linux is not configured for installing apps to Discover, only app add-ons. So to use Discover for apps, install Flatpak through the Pacman package manager. We can quickly do that. All we have to do there is we just go here, sudo pacman/s flatpak. Done. This computer is so fast too. Oh my goodness, it's so fast. There you go. Now it's building the kernel and stuff like that. But yeah, there you go. Now we're installing Flatpak. So with that, now if I go to Discover, look at this. We can install a bunch of applications that we need. So I recommend Flatpak for certain things that are like, you know, cross-platform and things like that. Yes, I know there is a Roblox client. Very tempting. Okay. But what we're going to install through here, I'm not going to install any of the stuff. We don't need Firefox, but you can if you want, but you don't have to. Okay. You don't have to. What I do recommend installing are things that have extra plugins that are not open source. So we're going to install OBS. Okay. We're going to get OBS. All right. And what we're going to do is, oh yeah, this also, yeah, this captures Vulkan apps, but yeah, we don't need that. We need OBS Studio. So we're just gonna, all you have to do with Flatpak, what's really cool, no command line, you just click install like it's an app store and it installs. That's the beauty of Flatpak. You just go in, click install. Very, very easy. Oh yeah, there's Communism Simulator also. So this is sort of a this is sort of the, well, no, this is a CNC, this is a CNC remake basically. It's sort of yeah, it modernizes the classic CNC games, which is really, really cool. I'm gonna install that, but I think I can get OpenRA through Pacman. But yeah, you just install OBS that way and it works. I don't think there's anything else I really need through here. Yep. But there's a lot of cool packages on here that if you want to, you can install them. Again, not necessary. I believe Zen is on here. Is Zen on here? Zen is on here. You know what? I'll install Zen through here as well. Why not? So we'll install Zen. And then we'll also install, we'll install Steam the normal way. What other utilities do we have? Yeah, bottles. Yeah, we definitely want to install bottles. Bottles and also Bitwarden. But we'll install bottles for now. There's also Play on Linux. So you can do, this is a graphical front end for Wine. Proton Tricks, all that stuff is on there. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do install bottles. I know, right? What other things could I install? I think we're good there. Yeah, I'm not really gonna install these games and all this stuff. Like, we don't need all that. Alright, I don't want to ignore YouTube chat. By the way, we are live on YouTube as well. Oh yeah, there is OpenTTD, there's Endless Sky. Endless Sky is kind of cool. It's like a space exploration game. There is a flight simulator called Flight Gear. This is a fully open source flight sim. This is kind of cool. There's also a sim racing game that's very, very basic. Oh yeah, they also open sourced, by the way. They open sourced Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, OpenRCT. And there's also, there's a free train sim. There's also, I think, OpenTTD, which OpenTTD is Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They also have a Civ clone as well called Free Civ. This is pretty cool. Yeah, there's a lot of cool sort of retro sort of games. There's also Simutrans, which is the transportation simulator. This is a cool game. But yeah, anyways, we don't need all that. So now we're gonna drag OBS into our into our, yeah, so we're going to drag Discord down here. Okay, there's Discord. And then there's OBS. Where are you? Hang on a minute. Where is OBS? I installed OBS, what the heck? Launch. There we go. And then you can set all this stuff up later, like, you know. Yeah, we can set all this stuff up later, but you can see here we have all of this installed. Now, we do need to get a few. I'm gonna show you how to set up OBS tomorrow. Does it have Candy Crush? No. There's probably ways you can probably play like the Android version through an APK. That's a possibility. But yeah, I know that's probably not the most serious question. Now, there are a few other tools that I like to have installed as well. So yeah, we'll go ahead and... Why is it not showing OBS in my thing? That's so weird. Let me reboot. Let me log out, log back in. I don't know why it didn't show OBS in the menu. That was weird. It should have shown it. Yeah, sometimes it's little things you gotta work through. There it is. That interrupted me. So I'll put OBS over here. There's OBS right there. All right. Next thing we're going to do, we're going to install Steam, okay? And the way I like to install Steam on Garuda, I like to go to the toolbox. So click the little burb at the bottom, the little eagle, the burb, and then go into gaming apps, okay? This is the easiest way to go. Go into gaming apps. This is where you install all the stuff you need, okay? So don't install bottles from here, by the way. We're going to use bottles. Use the Flatpak version instead from Discover. So there's a little bit of juggling you have to do with the different app stores. But yeah, install bottles through Discover. Don't install it through here. But what you do want to do is you want to install... what I recommend installing is... so you can install Steam. So we're going to install Steam. Then you want to install... Lutris, or you can either do Heroic or Lutris. It doesn't matter which one. They both work about the same. I'll use Lutris. What Lutris does is it allows you to access your games through GOG, Epic, I think Amazon Luna. It ties you into all those different game stores. So I don't know about Xbox though. I'm forgetting if it has Xbox linkage or not. But yeah, Lutris has all those links. I believe it might actually, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, you want to install Steam and Lutris. Those are your most useful. Heroic is also a great launcher if you want it. That's also a good alternative, so you can use that if you want. What you also want to do, you want to install GameScope for Steam. So install the GameScope utilities. There is also... game mode, okay, and DXVK. Install all of these, okay? Install all of these here. LACT is useful because this is a GPU config tool, but you don't need it for anything you're doing. I do recommend Anti-Micro X because this allows you to map controllers and stuff. You don't need it, but I recommend it. It's nice to have. And then there are some other interesting tools. So if you have a Logitech wheel, by the way, if you have a Logitech wheel, install Oversteer. Oversteer is the sort of profile to configure your Logitech sim racing wheel. Cool, right? So you got that. Also, there is a tool for configuring NVIDIA GPUs. You don't really need that. I wouldn't worry about it. Now, as far as Xbox controller, modern Linux driver for controllers, just click this one, the Xbox One driver. That's all you need. Also get this one, though. Get the Xbox Drive driver. As far as games, we'll worry about that later. And then emulators, by the way, for those who play retro games and things like that, if you want emulators, they're right here. Linux, if you're wondering if Linux has any emulators, oh, we've got everything. There's Scum VM. You've got XEMU. You've got GBA emulators. I believe Virtual Boy is on here as well. Yeah, there's Atari. There's DuckStation for PlayStation. There's DOSBox, Dismume for Nintendo DS. We're gonna install that. There's Dolphin for GameCube and Wii games. There's also yeah, exactly, the emulators. Yes, there's PPSSPP for PSP. But yeah, all of these are here. There's an Xbox emulator. There's Scum VM. I'm trying to think, what are the other ones? They have a SNES emulator, Stella. I don't know if they have Virtual Boy. There might be another way to install Virtual Boy, but yeah, there you go. Like, pretty much. Oh yeah, they have an arcade. By the way, if you play arcade games, you can use MAME to play arcade games, and there's also RetroArch as well. So you can install all of these. Doesn't matter. Just install everything. Well, as much as you need. I wouldn't go too far. Oh yeah, they have Dwarf Fortress as well. I'm gonna install that. There's what was the other? What was the other one that I wanted to install? Yeah, Beneath the Steel Sky. We'll install that. NetHack. Yeah, NetHack is fun. You can install Minecraft as well. I might do that actually. Lin City. So Lin City is an open source SimCity clone. I've heard good things about it. There is, oh, by the way, if you have Morrowind, if you have a licensed copy of Morrowind, you can install OpenMW. It allows you to run Morrowind on modern OSs like Windows 11 and Linux. Get OpenMW if you play Morrowind. I'm gonna get Simutrans. It looks cool. Oh yeah, Super Tux Card are really fun games. Shattered Pixel Dungeon is fun. Oh yeah, there's Pie Chess. Yes. The Urquan Masters is a port, open source port of Star Control 2. Get that, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of cool games on Linux that are open source, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Kernel Panic, I haven't played that. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, there's free Civ as well. You can play Civ. They don't have OpenTTD. I know they have OpenRCT2. Yeah, they do. They have Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. They have Command and Conquer, and they have Transport Tycoon Deluxe. And then this is OpenBE. Yeah, BE is not Banappanada, okay? Don't go there. I know, I just put that in your mind. And there's Mindustry as well. Mindustry is cool. Yeah, Civ is good times. So we're gonna install all of that. Alright, so we pretty much have our gaming set up, although gaming's gonna take some time to set up. But actually tonight what I can do, I can show you basically how to play games on Linux. I showed you some of the other basics of like how to do your settings, how to do Office applications. We're also gonna have a browser as well, the Zen browser. So we're gonna go ahead and fire up Zen. I'm gonna show you this browser here while that's setting up. So this is Zen browser. When you start it has a little wizard, just click through. There you go. I'm gonna set Zen as my default. I'll skip my browser, my bookmark import for now. And then what I recommend, by the way, again, it's your choice what search engine you want to use. I recommend DuckDuckGo, all right? I recommend DuckDuckGo. Don't use Google. DuckDuckGo is keyword search based. It's a lot better. And AI is optional. And then this just walks you through the features. But yeah. Zen is a very cool browser. I really, really like it. It's amazing. Now, the cool thing about Zen, okay, this is the power of Zen, okay? With Zen, what you can do is, we're gonna actually move this over to the right. With Zen, what you can do, you have this little sidebar. Now, you can hide it if you want. You can, you can enable what's called compact mode. Okay, so compact mode hides it. So if I go to if I search for something, say I go to YouTube, right? Let's say I go to YouTube it hides it. See, it hides that sidebar. But if I just want it to stay, which that's what I usually want. I want it to stay there and just have this in a, you know, in the middle here. That's all I do there. The other cool thing with Zen is there are mods you can install as well. So if I go here to the settings, you can also set up your privacy. So what I recommend is for privacy, yeah, see, the recommendations are off in this, right? See, the recommendations are off by default. So Zen is privacy focused. I like to ask to save where files are downloading. I also, yeah, this is fine. All this is fine. I'm gonna do a dark appearance. For passwords and autofill, I always turn this stuff off. I'll have to keep that on about the breach website one, but yeah, no, I don't like to autofill passwords or payment info. That's a bad idea. Don't do it. You know, as much as that may be, you know, addresses, just don't do it. I wouldn't suggest doing it. So we found issues affecting your, look at this, password manager is disabled. I don't care about that. We also have standard tracking protection. So the cool thing with Zen, it has tracking protection built in, which is very, very cool. You can also, you know, set it to be stricter or just standard. If you set it too strict, a lot of sites break, unfortunately, like if you're trying to pay your bills and stuff, unfortunately. You can also have like have it to remember history. You can don't sell or share my data, all that kind of stuff. So all of that is there. I'm going to disable these search engines. So we'll just have DuckDuckGo as my main search. We don't need to sign in. We don't need to import data. Keyboard shortcuts are all good. And then, yeah, also there's some options. You can do a sidebar and a top bar. So we can do this. I prefer this. This is so much better. And you can also do a collapsed sidebar as well if you want. So there's a lot of UI customization. Hey Shreyax, good to see you. There's a lot of UI customization with Zen. It's a very cool browser. I love it. I love it as a browser personally. It's great. I really, really love it. So I use it all the time. You can also do glance, and then yeah. So this is like, see, so when you click the bar here, when I click here, it opens in the center. So let's say I want to go to AP News and I want to check on stuff. Oh, that Empire State Building couple, they got arrested, but they're such icons. They're such icons. Not that I can doing this, but they're such icons. They're apparently like, apparently they did their, he proposed to her, apparently, on top of the Empire State Building after flying that flag of a Jimi Hendrix quote. That's awesome. They're absolute icons. What icons? Seriously. I know, they were cute. Yeah. Some people are like, yeah, well, the law. Okay. First of all, they weren't a threat to anybody. Yeah, they weren't a threat to anybody. Like, yeah, was it dangerous? Sure. But like, ask the French. They do parkour and jump from building to building and know what they're doing. Like, but the French are over there laughing like, oh, yeah. They're over there casually doing parkour on a daily basis, you know? Oh my God. Sorry, 1 second. I'm looking for something. Font size. Zoom and font settings. We are going to do 110% text. I like that on this. And now, yeah, that looks better. So, yeah. All right, so all those apps are installed. I'm gonna go turn on my lights. I'll be right back. In the meantime, enjoy some jams. All right, we return. How's everyone doing? Is my mic overblown? No, it's all good. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're well. Lights are on. Let me... Okay, our white balance is looking good. So let's get back into it. What have we done so far? We've installed a bunch of apps and done some basic sort of config and all that stuff. We've been adding some more apps to our hotbar. Now, if you want this to be a little bit bigger, which I prefer this to be a little bit bigger, what you can do is on any panel, whether it's the top or the bottom, you can do what's called, you can right click and show panel config. And this is where, what's kind of cool about KDE, and it gets a little technical, but you are actually able to fully configure the, desktop without, you can move stuff around. KDE is what's called the K desktop environment, so it's the main desktop environment that we're running. There are different desktop environments you can run for Linux. KDE is a little bit heavier and fancier. There is XFCE. XFCE is more like old school Windows. It's really nice, simple, to the point, nothing flashy, but it works very well. It's very stable. But I use KDE. I prefer it. Yeah. Yep. So you can edit little things. Yeah, GNOME is also a desktop environment. So here you can see I'm editing stuff. Show panel config. Yeah. There you go. And you can also change the panel height. I might just do that. I'm gonna change the panel height to 34, just so it's a little bit bigger. You can see it's a little bit small, but I adjusted it, made it a little bit bigger. And yeah, I feel like this is great. There you go. So that works. So now you can kind of see stuff. The problem is it's still transparent. I'm not sure exactly as to why that's the case. Like, it shouldn't be transparent. Yeah, I don't know why that's transparent. And there are tons of presets, so you can load like a bunch of stuff in. Like, if I want, I can load this. There we go. But yeah, those are the kinds of things you could do. You can also, if you want, Linux is the kernel. The desktop environment is what interacts with the kernel and the user via GUI. Correct. You got it. You got it. Yeah, it is a little more enjoyable. Yes, you do. And obviously here, so if you want to say configure a different panel, like, see, this is, if I configure the top panel, I can configure it if I want. If I want to configure the bottom panel and make it bigger, I just click on the bottom one, and now you can see I can configure that. So what we're doing here is we are going to we can fill the width if we want, or we can fit the content. Either way. What we can also do, we can make this translucent. And then we can change the panel height. I'm going to set the panel height to 72 pixels. Okay, 72 pixels. We can also add more panels if you'd like. Like, you can always add like a spacer and things like that, and you can have fun with it. So what we can do, we can add a separator. And what this allows you to do is sort of group stuff. So what I can do here is I can group like my settings in one. Oh no, that's a margin separator. We'll remove that. Panel colorizer. We're gonna remove that. We're gonna add a spacer. No, actually we don't want to do that. We're gonna remove this. I want to add a separator though. Huh, okay. I don't really need that. Remove. Configure. You can also space them out a little more like this. You can do some large spacing, which I prefer a larger spacing, so that way you can really see them at the bottom. Hey, Arun. Yes, Garuda Linux. Indeed. How you doing, Arun? Sorry, I don't have my bot running because I am on my other computer. But everybody, please follow Arun. How you doing, man? You're on cache? Nice. Yeah, you can install the cache kernel on Garuda, by the way. If you want, you can. So let me show you how to do that. You probably know, but if anybody's wondering what Arun's talking about, so you can actually install different kernels, which is like the abstraction layer between the OS, the operating system, and the hardware. There's a more sort of optimized kernel that you can install. It's called Garuda. Cache. So if I go into the Garuda settings, I can go here. They do have the Cache OS kernels. So they have the LTS, Bohr, and just the current one. And they have the RC as well. So there's a bunch of them. Depending on your needs, they do have the different cache kernels as well. So if you want those, that's essentially the same thing. But I like Garuda. Garuda has a nice KDE preset. That's why I really like it. By the way, this is my favorite desktop wallpaper. Oh, there is an animated one as well. If you see this. Is this one animated? I don't know if this one's animated, or it's just anime, I guess. Okay, it's not animated. Hang on a minute. Maybe we'll keep this. Oh, that's epic. Yeah, we'll keep that. This is, oh, I love this background. This is so good on the waifu arc. Yeah, yeah. Niri on Gensu, nice. How'd you, Gensu is annoying though, right? Anyways, but yeah, that's what this looks like, and so yeah, you can really customize it. I love this. I really do love it. But yeah, oh, this is super visible. I like this. So let's set up Discord real quick. This is like setting up Discord on any other machine, so this should be nothing new. So yeah, because you got to keep building stuff. Arch can be a little, it's like medium maintenance, and I would say Fedora is probably the lowest. All right, so it's going to ask me for my QR code. I don't want to show that on stream, so, oh, might be too late. Actually, let me, no, we don't want to do that. Okay. It's a little too late for that. Everybody can sign in as me. Hang on a minute. I know, I am cooked. It should generate a random one, though. I am cooked. I should have not shown that. And why is my camera so bright? Doxed, I know. Camera controls. Let me turn down my stuff here. By the way, Linux has such better webcam controls. On Windows, managing webcams is useless. On Linux, you have a tool called camera controls, and you can manage all your cameras in one spot and tweak all their settings, save presets, all that cool stuff. It's very nice. I really prefer it. See, like here, I can set my gain properly. I can set my white balance if I want, like here. That's perfect. And then I'll set it as my second preset. So what's cool is that's my first preset for daytime, and then this is my nighttime preset. There you go. That's my nighttime preset, my daytime preset. Isn't that cool? Anyways, let me sign into this Discord. I'll show you that it works. I mean, anyways, you have to, okay, so we have to use the mobile app for Discord. Let me go ahead and do that. Scan the QR. Here we go. Check your phone, log in. And I need my authenticator app. But yeah, I've been showing everybody how to install Linux. We actually, Arun, we actually went through, we started on Windows. We created the USB installed, bootable USB. I showed people how to use, how to boot into that, install Garuda, and now we're just setting everything up. So yeah, basically I did this for all the beginners, so. So this is oh, hang on a minute. There we go. We are now logged into Discord, folks. Look at that. We're in. That was easy. So that's the cool thing about this is when you install stuff, aha, we have no boosts. I let all my boosts expire because I don't really like Discord. I also need to install Flexor as well. I'm curious, actually, whether I can get Flexor or not. Hang on a minute. Sudo pacman s Flexor. No. Fluxbox, no, they don't have it. So for anybody who doesn't know what Flexor is, oh yeah, let me pin to Task Manager, drag it over here. So if you don't know what Flexor is, yeah, because I have profiles. So camera controls allows you to set up profiles. So let me actually install that tool because it's very, very neat. I'm going to install camera controls. Here we go. We're going to install camera controls. Boy, this computer's flying. Camera controls. So what camera controls is basically, now there's no cameras found, but what this will do, like let's say I plug in my webcam, it'll actually show you all the sliders and everything, exposure, color, resolution, you know, format, all that stuff. All your webcam settings are in here, and it's a universal app to configure all your webcams, and not only your webcams, your capture cards. It also works with capture cards and allows you to tweak stuff with them. It's very cool. One app to do it all. It is the Swiss Army knife for cameras on Linux. But yeah, so this is a Discord sort of alternative. It's called Fluxor. So basically this is kind of how it looks. You can see it is more privacy focused. It is in public beta right now, and basically it has better voice and video. Discord can be really not great for voice and video, and what's cool about it is it's Europe based, so it's a lot better protection. Basically, think about this like this is like what Proton Mail is to Gmail, Fluxor is to Discord. Think of it that way. The other cool thing about Fluxor, you can self-host your own Fluxor instance as well. So I can host my own server. I don't have to use their infrastructure. I can host my own. So that was polite. Yeah, Discord sucks for that. It is irresponsibly vibe coded. Oh boy. Yeah, so they need some QA testing. It is in beta, so they definitely need some QA testing. But yeah, the fact that you can, the big thing with this is you can host your own server. Like you're not dependent on their infrastructure, which is very cool. So you can host your own instance and you can switch between multiple instances. So it's federated, which is really, really cool. Yeah, you're right. It could be probably a little more optimized. Otherwise, pretty cool project. I do like it. I should follow them on Blue Sky. What? They pushed how many? They pushed 1 million lines of code in a PR. That's not right. And I bet it was all vibe coded or heavily vibe coded. Yeah. That's messed up. That is messed up. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm skeptical. I'm you know, rightfully skeptical about Fluxors, so yeah, I suppose. Yeah, so you can also set some of these, you know. There you go. I'm not sure I like that effect. There are some cool effects in KDE, but again, it's all... But yeah, that is ridiculous. A lot of the shortcuts are the same, by the way. So if you're familiar with Windows and you hit the Windows key, you get your start menu. If you hit Windows key D, you minimize everything to the desktop. If you hit Windows key E, E is in Edward, E is in Echo, you open your file browser, right? All that stuff. Now, what I am going to do, though, I am going to log in. Let me get my password manager set up, because we are next. The next thing we're going to do, I'm going to show you how to install basic games, okay, through Steam. So we're going to install Steam, install games, and get that going, all right? So, first of all, let me install my Bitwarden. So bear with me while I do that. No. I want OBS. And I want to switch. Sorry if my FPS is dropping a bit. Okay, look, it seems like we're good. Let's go to the big camera. And then, yeah, let me get my Bitwarden set up. Bitwarden. Yeah, it's my password manager. It's not the best, but it has a lot of good features. So. Let me download the plugin for Firefox. So, by the way, I do recommend, let me just show you here. I'm not showing any credentials, but I do recommend Bitwarden for password managing. It's pretty good. There are other ones too. There's KeePass and some other ones. I recommend this because it's got high encryption, like it's really, really hard to break. And it works across devices. So it works on your phone. I have it on my phone, and it works on all operating systems and all browsers. So you can install this on Windows, Linux, or Mac, or you can also install it through your browser. So I'm going to just install it through my browser, which is Firefox. Zen is Firefox, so you can install any Firefox plugin. All right, so we're going to add this to Firefox, and of course, I'm going to type in my password to install it. There you go. You just add it just like any other extension. I'll pin it to the toolbar. And now, you should be able to see this, actually. And extensions. There we go. Yeah. So now you see here, I'm not going to show you my password, but you can see right here, this is Bitwarden. So this installs, and so I'm going to log into my account, okay? So we're going to log in. I'm going to, obviously, this is personal, so I'm just going to log in. And I have a very, very, very strong password that I remember to unlock it. And then basically what I have to do then is go to my email, and they send me a one-time password, you know, a code. Let me get the OTP for that. There we go. All right, everyone, we are in Bitwarden. So I got that installed. It's got a lot of good stuff, you know. I'm obviously not going to show it because it's personal credentials, but yeah, Bitwarden is all set up. So there you go. Now what I need to do is use Bitwarden to log into my other stuff. So we are going to fire up Steam next, since we did install it. And I'm going to show you how easy it is. So we installed Steam earlier through the UI, you know, through the Garuda toolbox. We installed Steam through that, right? We selected it with all our gaming apps. And now, Steam should be launching here. Where is it? Okay, there's Steam. Oh, interesting. Hang on a minute. Let me delete that. In a minute. Yeah, we want to put it here, place it there, fire up Steam. Here we go. We're gonna. I love this wallpaper. It's so good. But yeah, I will put back the picture. Don't worry. I'll have to like get all my picture files off my backup drive. But yeah, the good news is, Arun, I am no longer running Windows. There is no Windows on any of my computers at the moment. The only OSs in my house right now are, well, I have iOS because iPad, iPhone, watch OS, I guess. Unfortunately, I'm still an Apple guy. But the yeah, I'm still that. But I am fully on Linux and iOS. There is no Windows in my house now. Yep, none, not a zip. Well, yeah, it's because they're more of a power user base. That's why. Send the blood to jail. Yeah, I know. Listen, the Apple Watch, this thing is pretty cool. It does a lot of, like, I use a timer on it a lot for things. Like, I'll use a timer on it to focus during the day and, like, basically do, like, work periods. It's really cool. Now, obviously, the Android watches seem really cool. They look much better. They were really clunky. I remember I didn't like the Android watches because I knew somebody who had one. They didn't like it. Whereas the iOS, the Apple Watch, very, very slick. So, sorry, I'm going to log into my Steam real quick. And my email and all that. Oh, my email is actually here. I'll just keep my email open here. Excuse me. We are live on YouTube, by the way. Go over there and give that a like. There's my YouTube. Go over there, like the stream, everything. But now you can see here, folks. Hang on a minute. Ignore. So now you can see here, folks. Look what we got. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Bam! Look at that. Look at that, folks. We have Steam. Now, we don't have all our games installed, of course. I just have everything shown. But it's so fast, right? Yeah, it is so fast. So, now, the cool thing is you might say, oh, no games run on Linux, right? Well, Steam has Proton. So we're going to actually install a game. Let's see a game that's like not too big. We can install pretty quickly. Yeah, Armored Core is like 60 gigs. AI limit's 20 gigs. It's not too much. I do have God of War. Yes, I do. I have Sekiro. Sekiro is small. I have Stellar Blade. Satisfactory. What do we install? On Friday, we're going to show you how to do the sim racing. So, but I think what I'll go ahead and install is, what do we want to install? NMS? NMS is 27 gigs. I'm just trying to see something I can quickly install to demonstrate to you. Yeah, I have quite the collection. Starfield. Pronouns. No, I don't have any. I have NFSFW, MW on another account. Modern Warfare. We could install CK3 is pretty small. I really, because I want something modern that, like, I want to demonstrate that modern games really work on this without anything too big. I mean, there's always, you could always install. Skyrim's a quick install. You know what? We're going to go ahead and install Satisfactory, okay? All right? We're going to install Satisfactory. And actually, what we're going to do, we need to go to our disks. Because I want to set up my second disk here. All right? We're going to set it up with a new partition table. And then, yep, apply. Yes. And then we're going to add a partition. Yeah, new. We're going to add a Btrfs. And we're going to call this games. All right. Permissions. Yeah, allow everyone. Yep. There you go. Apply. Apply. Look how fast SSDs are, by the way. This is a 2 terabyte SSD. It's creating a whole new partition. It's pretty quick. Pretty quick. All right, one sec. It's taking its time. There we go. But yeah, SSDs are not too... I mean, this is... Yeah, there we go. Now it's done. That took 42 seconds to create a 2 terabyte. I don't have killer frequency, no. I need to get that. But now we have a second drive, and what's cool about that is... Look at that. We have a games folder. And what we're going to do, we're going to install this instead of to home. No, we need to restart Steam because it needs to pick up the other drive. So let's restart Steam. I know, right? It's like supercharging an LS Miata. Yeah, it is. I need to theme my Zen. I don't like it all gray. But I'm going to show you how to use Zen because Zen's a good browser. I really like it. Is it the best browser? No, there's other options, but this is pretty good. But yeah, we got Steam running on here super fast. We're going to install Satisfactory. I just want to show you all that this can work on modern games. Add drive. Yeah, here we go. We're going to add this drive. Okay. And now we're going to install this to games. Look at that. Look at this. It's just working. All of this just works. Now, the way I'm going to sort of teach you sort of how they install games on this, right? Oh yeah, sorry, I had my thing unplugged here. Can it run Crysis? Oh yeah. This can absolutely run Crysis. Yeah. Oh yeah, this can absolutely run Crysis. Like I could get Crysis remastered and it would run on max settings. I mean, I have a 4070 Ti, so pinch yourself. Oh man, I have a bourgeois GPU. But yeah, you can see here we are downloading. Now notice here though, I just want to show you something, and I'll hydrate. So it's not only downloading the game. Notice what it's all downloading. This is all the stuff that Steam downloads in order to run games on Linux. So let me explain what this stuff is. So there's a Steam Linux runtime, and then there is a Steam a Proton, right? So what is Proton? Proton is a compatibility layer that allows you to run games, and it's the same stuff that allows, it's the same layer that allows, software layer that allows the Steam Deck to play games. So basically, this is like a glorified Steam Deck with a really, really fast GPU. That's essentially what a Linux gaming machine is. So you're using the same, you're leveraging the same compatibility engine that, you know, a Steam Deck or a Steam box uses, but this thing's going to perform a lot better. Obviously, you know, this machine's an absolute monster. So for anyone wondering what my system specs are, I can show you real quick. Actually, let me, yeah, go to Info Center. So if you want to know what my system specs are, I have an NVIDIA, I have a GeForce RTX 4070 Ti. I have an Ryzen 7 7700 8-core processor. I have a Asus motherboard. I've got 64 gigs of RAM. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. So I've got 64 gigs of RAM, a Ryzen 7 7700, and an RTX 4070 Ti video card. So this is the Steam. The Steam Deck is nothing in front of this, obviously. So, and you can see how light Linux is. Look at that. Compare this to Windows. Listen, I bought it before all the price spikes and all that stuff, okay? Look how efficient Linux is. Windows 11 could never be this efficient. 8-9% CPU at worst. Only 20% of the GPU with all the desktop effects on. That's pretty amazing. And only 7 gigs of memory used. This is only using 7 gigs of memory. Now I'm running a browser. Yeah, I know, it's hard to believe that a modern operating system uses this little resources. Geely M Grand, yeah, the Geely M Grand, that's one of the, isn't that one of the, that's one of the most efficient electric cars in, China, right? I think I've seen this thing. Yeah. This thing. It almost looks like a Volkswagen Passat or like a Jetta, right? It almost looks like that. Yeah, it's like a clone of a Jetta, essentially. But apparently doesn't this thing have like, is this a, is the M Grand like a, I'm not familiar with this car. It's a 1.5 liter turbo 4. Interesting, so it's not even a hybrid. I wonder what the fuel economy is like. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it looks a lot like a Jetta. I know, right? And yeah, we're almost done installing, I think, Satisfactory. So then we just have to install the runtime and stuff. And you all are going to see how well Satisfactory runs. It runs great. Yeah. Oh yeah, so let me show you how to set up GOG as well. So if you download games from GOG or Epic, I know Epic fail, there's a tool called Lutris, L-U-T-R-I-S, Lutris. So this is what Lutris looks like. We're gonna go ahead and sign into GOG. Let's see, it's 8:30. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and sign into GOG. And so what you do in Lutris, so you can see on the left here, we've got a bunch of these, you know, app stores you can sign into. We're gonna go ahead and sign into GOG. So we're gonna hit the little icon. And then of course I'm going to get my password. So, excuse me, 1 second. I'll drink some water. And we're gonna sign into GOG and also get a couple games. Tonight I'm also gonna set up my dev tools and everything too. Alright, let me get my password manager, GOG. Okay, it sent me an email. Let me grab it from here. Sorry, I need to grab the code. See, now it's a new system, so you gotta sign back into everything, get the code, but it's just 2-step auth. So, check this out, folks. Right now, see, it can see all your games that you have on your GOG. It can see all the games you've bought. Pretty cool, right? So now, okay, we don't need to log into Lutris, but if you go to GOG, you can see here, we got some games. So, we can install, you know what, let's get OpenMW working tonight, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and install Morrowind. Now, what's interesting is you'll see a little Windows icon there, right? Well, no matter, if we don't have Windows, we can still run this stuff, okay? And I think actually, no, wait a minute. I think we need wine and stuff like that, right? Hang on a minute. I think we need wine. Not the drink, of course. Yeah, we do need wine. Okay, so I think what we need to do, we need to install Proton Tricks, Proton GE. What is Wine Meta? Wine Tricks. Oh. Yeah. Install all this stuff. Okay. Unable to satisfy. Okay, so we can't do that. Remove. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and run now. There we go. There we go. We're gonna install Wine Tricks. You need that because it's some compatibility with that. There's also Electropedo, which this allows you. Yeah, I might end up installing that for some compatibility, but yeah, otherwise it's fine. Oh yeah, there's also this noise torch. So this is real-time noise suppression on Linux. I might try this actually. And then this is for Razer keyboards, polychromatic. I don't use Razer hardware, of course. Oh, this is cool as well. You can wirelessly transmit audio from your PC to your Android phone or other PCs using SoundWire. Very, very cool tool. Very, very cool tool. But yeah. What is Piper? Let's configure gaming mice. Okay. But yeah, there's some really neat tools on Linux that allow you to do all this kind of stuff. But yeah, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to boot up Lutris one more time. And, okay. Lutris, we're going to boot you up, and we're going to install Morrowind, okay? Where are you? Where's Morrowind? The Elder Scrolls, there it is. Okay, we're gonna install it. And see, what's cool about this, actually we don't need OpenMW because this already has OpenMW. So we're just gonna hit install. We're gonna create an app menu shortcut, and we're gonna continue. Sure, we can install the manual, why not? Yeah, might as well. There you go. You can install all that, and Morrowind will just start installing. So this is how you install GOG games on Linux. You just use Lutris, you sign into GOG, and then it's just like installing in GOG. Same thing. That's what's so cool about this, and look at that. Our download is complete. Satisfactory has completed downloading. Now, moment of truth. Cross your fingers, everybody. Will the game work? Right? Will the game work? Let's see, right? Let's see. Will our game work? Well, we're gonna fire up Satisfactory, right? Okay, why is this not... Okay. So we're gonna fire up Satisfactory now. You should be able to hear it as well. Let me make sure of something, actually. Yeah, the capture card audio is there. There's gonna be some latency. Hang on a minute. Advanced. Yes. I'm going to... There we go. Yes. Okay. There we go. So yeah, let's play this. Let's see if Satisfactory actually launches. So what it's going to do, so now when you game on Linux, what happens, what happens on Linux is, okay. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that, but, okay. But what happens is it's going to compile shaders. Now the way this, now you can skip this. The problem is it has to do it while the game's running. I let this run. Let this run. It takes a little time the first time, but once it's done compiling shaders, it'll load a lot quicker. And the game will run really well because the shaders will already be there. So, and I'm going to show you how good Satisfactory can look. On Linux. It's really nice. And the fact that like the OS is taking less resources really helps. So, and as you can see, Morrowind is downloading as we speak, so all good. Yeah, Morrowind is downloading. Now, keep in mind, I am streaming in 30 FPS, so the game may not look as good. Well, it actually might look pretty cinematic, you know, since I'm streaming in 30 FPS. Oh, did I? Oops. Did I cancel out? I must have. We'll play. Come on. Okay, it's processing the shaders. I don't know why. I feel okay when you got to be careful when if you click out of that, it'll exit out. So you gotta don't touch it. So right now my GPU is working a little hard, generating shaders. So we'll wait for that. How's everybody doing though while that happens? What do you all think so far about Linux? Like, is it something you'd switch to? Like, after showing you all how to like create the USB install, which is very similar to how you make a Windows install stick, you know, rebooting. It's the same way as installing Windows. You install Linux through the same mechanism, you know, through a USB. It's not too bad. Like, the setup does walk you through it. Now, obviously, the version of Linux I've chosen for my purposes is more complicated. Hey, Alex, good to see you. We are my setup looks different tonight because I'm on my laptop, so I'm, you know, we don't have my bot and stuff all there. Yeah, and I would recommend, if you're less familiar, switch to Fedora Linux. Fedora has a lot better support in terms of gaming. Microslop never, indeed. Yes, that's right. So yeah. So yeah. But if you're wondering here, we did do a fresh install of Linux on here. We installed it with this here little USB drive. So, you know, this enchanted USB drive, you know. So yeah. Yes, that's what I would recommend. If you have a laptop with not a lot of stuff on it, you have to back up and you just want to tinker with it, use it, try it. Now, with laptops, it can get a little tricky with Linux sometimes with Wi-Fi compatibility. That's the only thing, but Linux is pretty up to date on Wi-Fi cards, so it should work. It should work. It's possible the Wi-Fi may not work. The reason I think Linux is better for desktops is because desktops usually you hardwire into your router, right? Or if you use a Wi-Fi card, usually those, you know, the ones that the external Wi-Fi cards are almost always compatible. So there are just some newer versions of Wi-Fi cards that are not compatible because for many reasons. One is if they try to release an open source driver, the company that makes that Wi-Fi card can sue. So that's one of the big problems. Right? So that's sort of a battle that's being fought like between open source and proprietary. It's like, okay, people want to use Linux. They want to have the freedom to choose an OS. Why are you why are you like doing antitrust stuff, you know, with Windows? Like, it's really messed up. Yeah, so just keep that in mind with laptops. You might need to hook up an Ethernet cable. But for the most part, when was your laptop made? I'm just curious. Is it like brand new, or is it like a few years old, like an old one that's running slow? If it's an old one that's running slow, most likely Linux will recognize the Wi-Fi card right off the bat. Oh, it needed to be a new one. Okay. There are some new laptops that work pretty well, like the Lenovo laptops. Usually they have they have good Linux compatibility. If you're looking around, yeah, Lenovo's are pretty good for that. Macs obviously are not. Macs are very proprietary and they have their own CPUs now. So the other, yeah, you can see here the shaders are processing here. So once the shaders process, so this only happens the first time you run a game, by the way. After that, this won't happen. It'll just start up. Yeah, Lenovo has those. Yeah, they do. I was thinking Lenovo, or, I mean, obviously I would probably personally want to get a framework laptop, but the framework laptop is really, really special. So the framework laptop is like, it's all modular, so you can add your own modules and stuff to it and custom build one. Like, it's pretty amazing. And yeah, you can customize every component of this thing however you want, and you can also swap things out and stuff like that. So it's very, very cool. They also have a framework desktop that's fully customizable, but yeah, this is the framework laptop. They also have ones that like flip over, convertible with the stylus, so if you're an artist, you might like this. But I would probably end up getting the laptop 13 or the 16. And you can fully customize it. You can add a numpad on the side with the 16. You can change out what graphics card you're using. Yeah, this is very cool. It's a fully modular laptop. You can change the style of keyboard, all that kind of stuff. You can change out what ports are on the side, so if you need more USB-C or if you need more HDMI. Obviously, you can customize the looks. They have little panels and stuff. And also what's cool is the support, so you can replace components or upgrade components as you go along. It's pretty cool. Is it perfect? Probably not, but something like this is unique, for sure. Yeah. All right, looks like Satisfactory is starting up. Look at this, folks. There we go. So I'm just demonstrating, we're not doing a full Satisfactory playthrough. I'm just demonstrating that you can game on Linux. It runs just like it does on Windows, if not better. Check this out. Yeah. It's like you wouldn't know I'm on Linux. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. You would not know. Okay, I need to set my mouse sensitivity. I did not think about that. In a minute. Mouse and touchpad, pointer speed. I don't want pointer acceleration. There we go. Yeah, no pointer acceleration. We're gonna go minus 0.05. That's a bit much. Minus 0.2, let's try that. That's still a lot. Yeah, I prefer that. That's good. Okay. So if you see here, yeah, they have reverb. So on Linux, one pro tip, always play games in full screen, not, I don't know if you can see that there. I set the game to full screen, don't do windowed, don't do borderless, only do full screen on Linux, one pro tip. Also, it'll minimize, it'll stop any flickering. Also, you can do max FPS. I like all my games at 60 FPS. I know, I'm old hat. And now we're gonna do high settings. We're gonna do ultra settings, actually. Or, you know, let's do high settings. We'll do ultra textures. And then, yeah, we'll do medium cloud quality. We will not do any upscaling. No upscaling. We'll just do TSR. What? Oh, TAA. We'll just do TAA. Blue Gamma about 2.2. No VSync. So the other thing, too, on Linux, never, ever, ever use VSync. Don't do it. Okay? Never use it. Don't ever turn it on. I turned down my fog density in here. You don't need that much. I turned my global illumination to high. I like a moody bright. There we go. Field of view. Yeah, there we go. We'll turn down the camera shake a little bit. Okay. There you go. See? So now it's going to apply the settings. And look at that. Nice and clear. Turn them down the music some. We'll turn on the master to 70. Streamer mode. All right, everybody. So there you go. We'll apply. And yeah, we're ready to go. Y'all want to see? Let's actually delete the session. I don't care. That I was just playing around with that. So we're gonna go to Grassy Fields. We're gonna call it Mini Factory. Co-op. And yeah, we'll just start the game. Y'all want to see how this looks? This is on Linux, believe it or not. So much fun. Yeet.
Separation from main transport complete. Group 8 delivered to Calistian region. All pioneers functional, initiating dispersion.
That's not loud enough. There we go. That should be louder.
Attention Pioneer, I am Ada, your personal instance of the artificial directory and assistant. Welcome to the Fixit Incorporated Save the Day program. A Fix-It Pioneer has 3 core assignments. Construct. All pioneers must follow Fix-It guidelines and instructions when constructing any building. Automate. Every pioneer is responsible for setting up and managing efficient pipelines, outposts, and power infrastructure. Explore and exploit. Fix-It selected planets are rich with resources suitable for direct use or further investigation. Stay within your designated. And that is why the world is.
Uh-oh, there's a glitch in the system.
Fix-It. Short-term solutions to long-term problems.
Are we ready to head down to the surface, folks?
Atmospheric entry in 3, 2, 1. Beginning arrow assist.
Look at this.
Drag within acceptable parameters.
I don't know if how many of you have played Satisfactory. I enjoyed it. It's a great game. Although I need to get some mods, because there are some quality of life things I would change about it, but...
Deploying parachute.
Otherwise,
Deploying backup parachute.
9.9 out of 10 game.
Skipping parachute.
9.9 out of 10.
Phase begun. Activating retro propulsion.
Look at that. This game looks so good. Look at that. It's... perfect. Yeah, it's a little bit... okay, it's fine, it's fine. It's just this part of the game is a little...
Touchdown. Planetfall complete.
Let me set my mouse sensitivity controls. I'm gonna bring it down to about 2.8. I like to toggle. There we go.
Drop pod
There we go.
integrity
That's a lot
nominal.
better.
Omni-situational exploration suit nominal. Pioneer. Acceptable.
Just, I mean... now, obviously, you're all seeing it in 30 FPS. I'm seeing it in full 60.
Congratulations. You are the 3rd in your region to survive planetfall. Welcome to Massage 2.
Yeah,
AV,
it is loading a bit.
primary system of
Sort of loading up the world. But yeah,
Loading objective-based introduction.
that's how this looks
Begin
on
onboarding.
Linux. People say you can't game on this
First
operating
contact
system.
Safety tool supplied due to presence of alien megafauna. Adhere to Fix-It procedure and equip the Fix-It Inc. Xeno Zapper before leaving the drop zone.
Look at that.
Next objective. Dismantle the drop pod. Fix-It incorporated as cost-effective and efficient. We do not waste. The drop pod will be recycled to construct the first stage of the
Okay, there's a
habitat
few over
utility
here.
base, often referred to as the hub.
There's some over here as well. We could build over here.
Next objective. Use
Yeah,
the resource
look how
scanner
smooth
to
this
find
game's
and
playing.
collect additional iron to be able to build the hub.
Yeah, we'll
If you
start picking
cannot
up some
find
leaves.
Iron, be assured scans of the planet have revealed sufficient iron sources.
Yeah, clearly Linux users, I know it's like butter. It's a little stuttery at first because when you first load into the world, you know, it's it's still, you know, loading in assets and things like that far away, but yeah. Like, it just looks so good. There you go.
Potential edible collected. Eating it and surviving does not count as a valid field.
Oh, it is using DirectX 12 though. We could use Vulkan. Let's try that. We got to restart the game just for it to take effect.
Enough data for Fix-It to make an informed decision.
Let's try using
Store this
Vulkan
potential
actually.
resource for later use.
That might perform even better. So if we save, then exit. Hang on a minute. If I restart the game, let's exit out of the browser real quick. Let's see how this game feels now that it's on Vulkan. Now, the first time around, it took a while to start the game. You might say, oh, okay, this is a scam, whatever. Look, it just starts up immediately. Look at that. That's faster than on Windows. On Windows, it would take a lot longer to start games. One of the reasons Linux actually performs really well, I'll tell you, the reason it does is because the file system is more efficient than Windows. So it's the same SSD, but Windows file system is not as optimized as Linux's. So Linux, they use different file systems like ext4, ButterFS, that's a funny name. But yeah, ButterFS, and yeah, it's like butter, I guess. So they're a lot more efficient as far as like looking up files, transfer speeds, things like that. NTFS is very, very old school. That's what Windows has been using for a long time, and they just have never changed. And because that's like their Achilles heel, essentially, with Windows. One of the Achilles heels of Windows is reliance on an old file system that's not optimized for modern PCs. So with Linux, you have modern, efficient file systems that are actually designed for, faster devices like SSDs. So there you go. So yeah. Oh, hey, we got a power slug. But yeah, the game's running pretty good now. Pretty well. Should say not pretty good, pretty well. Yeah.
This semi-slug species seems to persist entirely through absorbing and storing energy from its surroundings.
We're going to build here.
Studying this could provide
I think these are impure
fixed
nodes.
Production line efficiency.
What are those
Store
nodes?
this
Are
potential
those
resource
normals?
for later use.
Oh, we gotta fight. Come on.
Samples of new alien species acquired. Notable features are blunt teeth, suggesting it is herbivorous, and a thickly plated skull and spine, suggesting it is proficient at inflicting and receiving blunt force trauma.
Well, there's 4 of these, so
Preserve
that
the
should be
remains
plenty.
for later study.
One thing as well, so with
Next objective, use the build gun
when you're
to construct
mining
the hub.
things
Iron
by
is the base
hand,
component
this is early game,
necessary for
you
all
can just
your
hit E
future
once,
progress, so
hit
ensure you
tab,
build the
and
hub
leave it, and it'll
close to
keep
iron
mining.
sources. Fix it does not pay by the kilometer.
What is a kilometer? It's July. We don't know what kilometers are. So you can just, I'm not even touching the keyboard, and it just continues to mine. So just a quick tip with Satisfactory. You can just open the menu like that. Bam. But now you can kind of see just how smooth even a game this is an Unreal 5 Engine 5, a UE5 game. This is done in Unreal Engine 5 and it runs this well on Linux. On Windows, this game will actually stutter. So now we could enable DLSS and stuff like that and the game would probably run even smoother. Oh wow, it already respawned. Okay. We didn't see him there. Hang on. There you go. Got it. Took a couple hits, but it's all good. Let's take that. You feel validated because you were trying to talk about how I felt like PCs became more powerful? Yeah, it's like PCs are plateauing, and you're like, this is another unlock for them, Because again, Linux runs on better file systems. They're just... Like, I don't want to just say, oh, it's just better because it's better. Like, I'm explaining the technical reason as to why that's the case. Linux uses less memory. The kernel is more efficient. There's more built-in support for hardware. There's Proton for gaming, thanks to Valve, I guess. Gaben. You can thank Gaben for that one. Obviously, there's also other gaming compatibility. People have worked hard to do what's called, there's a tool called Wine. Wine is Windows emulation, okay? So sort of it is a one-to-one, so it has all of Windows libraries like DLLs and stuff. So it's a Windows compatibility for Linux, basically. So you can run a lot of stuff. You can run Microsoft Office through Wine easily, and it runs great. So you can even run a lot of Windows stuff. If it doesn't have a Linux installer, you can still run stuff through Wine, and it's pretty good. Like, you can still do it. And yeah. So, yeah, look at that. So buttery smooth. And I'm only running 60 FPS. I could probably run 120 if I wanted to. Hang on a minute. Come on. Come on. Gotcha. Those are pretty easy to deal with. You just circle. These are impure. These are all impure nodes, so it's 30 per second. But yeah, you can kind of see that, like, this really runs great. Look at the level of detail as well. I mean, I'm playing in 2K, but you all are seeing it at 1080p and 30 FPS. And it runs so well. Also appreciate the likes on the YouTube stream. Should post my link one more time for all of you, or for anybody who's just entered chat. There you go. We are gaming on Linux, folks. Obviously, I have to set up OBS tomorrow. We're going to show you how to do that. We're going to show you how to do StreamerBot, OBS, all that good stuff. Tonight, I want to finish out setting up all my dev tools. So we'll set all that stuff up. But yeah, gaming on Linux absolutely works. So yeah, tomorrow we're gonna focus on stream stuff, and then Friday we're gonna focus on setting up all the games. So not only these kind of games, but also sim racing, flight sim, all that stuff. Okay, I'm gonna show you how to set up all that stuff. You know, F1, truck simulator, iRacing, all that good stuff. Very cool. Yeah, we'll just collect more grass so we have enough for power. I know, we are destroying the environment. This game's all about disrespecting the environment, isn't it? Anyways, that's why all the locals, all the local critters get mad at you. So anyways, yeah, looks like we have to build the hub. So we'll go ahead and build that. We'll probably... We do need space for our factory, so I'm thinking I'll build the hub up here, actually, and then you'll have the factory down here. Because, you know, we want a nice little vantage point for the hub, for the factory. So we'll put the hub up there. That's a good spot. Because there's no trees up here. It's a nice building spot. It's fairly flat. I don't know. Will this work? Yeah, this will work. I mean, for the hub, you don't need it flat necessarily. Oh, there's iron nodes here. That's right. What's a good spot to... Maybe here? Nah, this is a terrible spot. Are you kidding me? Okay. Maybe here? Nah. It's a slope. In Factorio, you don't have to worry about this, of course. Now, there are some games, by the way, that have native Linux builds, so you don't have to run them through any compatibility layers or any of that good stuff. Like, you can actually just run the game natively on Linux. Factorio is a good example of this. Factorio runs natively on Linux. So, the cool thing with that is, like, even all the mods and everything, they just work. They work on Linux natively, which is very cool. I really like that. I'm thinking we put it here. Yeah, we put it here. Let's just put it here for now. That tree's in the way, though. It's not a good spot. Maybe like this will be fine. Yeah, this will be fine. Yeah, for the hub. We'll put it here. There we go. Like that. Kind of an awkward spot, but it works.
Built. The hub terminal and
it just works.
bench are only the humble beginnings of a successful fix-it pioneer, but essential for the next steps of onboarding.
But yeah, then you sort of get through all the, you know.
Base of operations. Next objective: complete hub upgrade 1.
Then we can make some rods, get the next thing done. There you go. So now you can upgrade the hub.
Hub upgrade 1, storage and frame, completed. Equipment like the portable
Pretty
miner
quick.
can now be made in the workshop. Congratulations on completing your first milestone, the first of many providing access
We need
to
20,
new
and says we
recipes and
need
technologies for the
50.
Fix-It mission.
We need 50
Next
ingots, I
objective,
think.
complete hub upgrade
Because these
2.
take 2 ingots each, these take 1. So yeah, we need 40. Yeah, we need 50 ingots. That's right. Yep. Little mental math for you there. Yeah, you play this game enough times, you know, oh, I need 10 ingots for the first one, 50 ingots for the next one. Like, you memorize the sort of, like, the ladder, the ladder to success. Yeah, 50 ingots. So you don't spend too much time. Oh no, we have, oh no, I miscalculated. You only needed, yeah, we're already up and running on Linux, my friend. How you doing though, Snake? Good to see you. Okay, we need a little bit more rods, so we need, there we go, we can get that done. Yeah, we're up and running. Look how smooth the gaming is. But yeah, let me shout out Snake. Sorry, my bot, I don't have my bot set up here on the laptop.
Completed.
Nope.
The smelter can turn raw ore such as copper and iron into ingots, and the biomass burner generates power when fueled.
There you go. Everyone give Snake a follow. He's great.
Most of the native flora
Plays a lot of the games we like.
Compatible with Fixit technology. Fueling the biomass burner with inappropriate materials will result in deductions or even cancellation of your yearly bonus. Next objective. Complete Hub Upgrade 3.
Yeah, there you go. We're going to set up my dev tools next, by the way, here in a few minutes. No, not on the laptop. So, Snake, so I'm streaming off my laptop, which does run Linux, by the way. So we are streaming off Linux. Today, no problem, no problem. I don't know how to say that in Russian, but, or Ukrainian. But, so as you probably remember, I was running Windows. So every single stream that I did last month was on Windows, and I noticed Windows 11, especially Windows 11, is so bad. It was slowing down for me big time. And so then I thought, okay, let me just switch over to Linux fully, because I can do everything on Linux. I can do sim racing, I can do flight sim, I can do, I figured out how to get Creation Kit running on Linux, by the way. And I figured out how to get Creation Kit running on Linux, by the way, so I'm going to show you all that on Friday when I do my daytime stream, so more of us can see that. And yeah, I figured all of that out. So basically, today we got rid, and I don't know if you can see my t-shirt, we got rid of all the Microslop. We got rid of it. I don't have a single machine in my house running Windows. Yep. Nothing runs Windows in my household now. Everything is either Linux or, well, unfortunately, iOS. But yeah, no, I'm mostly a Linux household. Now, no more Windows. I nuked it today. And so, yeah, and of course I backed up stuff that I need, like my Fallout creations and all that stuff. Yes, we are fully on Linux. We are no longer plagued by Microslop. No Android. I'd like to go back to an Android phone, although Android's just as bad if you think about it, because you are still tied to Google. Even if it's not Googled Android, it still has some tie back to Google. That's what I hate about it, particularly. So it's not, it's like my thinking around it is, okay, does it really matter if I got iOS or Android in the long? Not really. It doesn't, it's, people say, oh, but you're still stuck with Apple, bro. Apple's cringe. I'm like, oh my goodness. You do realize Samsung and Apple, like, share a lot of components, and it's about the same level of surveillance. Like it's not though. That's the thing. You could say it's a bit less restrictive in terms of customizing the UI. Sure. But I don't need that on a phone. I just need some basic functions and a really nice looking camera. That's all I need. I don't need fancy UI. Like, I don't use a phone for all that much. Like, I don't even use a phone for social media really anymore. I'm not, you know, I just use Insta on desktop for, you know, I follow a few creators on Insta who are really cool. There's one, actually one socialist, Indian guy, I should say Indian. He's a Malayali. He's from Kerala. There's a socialist from Kerala that I follow on Instagram who's really cool. His reels are really, really informative. So I follow him, and Arun, of course. I try to boost his Insta, because Insta's huge in South Asia, you know, in the subcontinent. So it's where you want, you know, that kind of messaging to go out. It's kind of like how in the US, you know, TikTok is so big. Obviously, TikTok is banned in South Asia. So, well, I don't know if Pakistan banned it. I know India did. India banned it for sure, but not Pakistan. Or did Pakistan ban it? I'm not 100% sure if they did. They probably will at some point. Although the thing with Pakistan is much more U.S. aligned these days. I don't know if you've noticed that, but I mean, all those countries are. I don't know. You can't say U.S. aligned because it's they try to be friends with everybody, U.S. and China, but it's not an either or for those countries.
Collected. This mineral is composed of the same chemical elements as quartz and may yield
Yeah.
similar
Anyways,
industrial functions.
that's a rabbit hole I don't want to go down
Store
right
this
now.
potential resource for later use.
South Asian geopolitics can get seriously complicated. So, oh, we found some copper. Hey, look at that. I wonder if I should make a Copper Raja emote for our Twitch. I did, by the way, I did make this emote today, Alex. You're gonna laugh at this. So the context of that emote, if you have better TCV, you can see it. The context of that emote is so today on some radio show, it was some morning radio show. So I don't know if you noticed, but you know the guy from Barstool Sports who's really controversial, Dave Portnoy, right? He's really controversial and stuff. He claimed he wants to run for mayor against Mamdani and thinks he's gonna win. And Curtis Sliwa just talked. Yeah, Curtis Sliwa just completely dunked on him on a live radio show. So I took the come on Dave thing clip and turned it into an emote. That's so funny. As much as I don't like Curtis Sliwa, he's funny. Yeah, he's that delusional. He thinks he can go up against Mamdani and win. Just because something, you know, I don't know. These people don't dwell in reality. They really don't. I don't know what else to say about Dave Portnoy. And do people really even like Barstool Sports anymore? They're really astroturfed. The only good piece of content Barstool Sports ever produced, because I have it on you know when I get a raid or a sub, those cars are going real fast and real left on. That's a Barstool Sports clip. They like interviewed a random IndyCar fan at the Indy 500, who was like you know, staggering drunk, and he said that on a hot mic. It was great. It was just off the cuff. So yeah, the real fast and real left is from Barstool Sports, but I thought that works for us, you know. It's still funny. It's still a great clip. It's a legendary clip. Really? Oh, they're getting pushback? Am I surprised? Should I be at all surprised? I'm not surprised at all.
And power poles allow for the expansion of the power grid.
He does.
When you make the inevitable
But yeah, that's why I made that emote of Curtis Sliwa. He really is.
Resources used during construction, in line with our zero
He
waste
really
policy.
is Mamdani's strongest
We
soldier. It's
understand
true.
that Fix-It pioneers are only human, and
He
thus
really
prone to error.
is.
Next objective, complete hub upgrade 4.
Yeah, and it's funny because I don't know if you saw on their Instagram, but Oklahoma City DSA actually used that clip to promote like their upcoming DSA meeting or whatever. I thought that was cool. Real fast and real left. I was like, okay, you're funny. Anyways, enough satisfactory. I can save here. So anyways, I proved to you all you can play full 3D, modern 3D games, Unreal Engine 5 on Linux. You can absolutely do it. Yeah, I need to re-register too. I don't like LA's branch. I'm going to be honest with you, but I hope some better people have come in and some of the, some of the really problematic people have probably left because they're purity testy and weird, or the libs. I hope the libs leave. Oh my God, the libs need to leave. Don't worry about that. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, it does work. Satisfactory absolutely does work on this. I have Subnautica 2 as well. Subnautica 2 plays great on Linux. In fact, when I streamed Subnautica 2, I was on Linux, so I've already done it. So that's how you install a game through Steam. Now, let me show you all. Oh, that music's cranking. It's so unbearable. Like, why? And you know where it comes from? A lot of the purity testing, it either comes from Marxist-Leninists who are like, like scientific socialist types, or it comes from liberals who are offended at every little thing. They're offended at every little mention of socialism. I'm like, you do realize you're in the DSA? You know what the S stands for? It's so strange. And they get offended at every little thing. It's so silly. That's the reason we have Nithya Raman running in LA. Like, she's not all that. Anyways, I could complain about that all day, but let me show you all how to set up now, I showed you how to set up a modern game in Linux. As you saw, very seamless. Very seamless. It works. Works better than Windows, right? I just proved that to you. Democratic shills in America. I guess so. I guess in LA you could say that, and SF. But anyways, not New York though. The New York subplot, that's cinema. That we're just watching, jealous. We're watching in envy, aren't we? But let me show you all how to install an old game. Now we have this game is from 2002. This game is almost 25 years old. My goodness, it's old enough to start paying less for car insurance. But yeah, Morrowind's an old game. Now you might wonder, will it work on a modern Linux system? Well, I have good news. Yes, it does. So, there's a project for those who are interested in playing older games. So for Morrowind specifically, there is a tool called OpenMW. It's called Open Morrowind. Okay, and Open Morrowind is basically what you need. It's a compatibility tool to allow you to run. It basically extends Morrowind's game engine. It extends Gamebryo to run on a modern system. It's very, very cool. I love OpenMW. It works great, and it allows you to install tons and tons of mods. It expands. Well, OpenMW also runs on Windows, by the way. OpenMW is cross-platform. In fact, you know what's funny? OpenMW runs on Android phones. You can play Morrowind on a phone if you want, if you really, really want. Yeah, like the Spice Girls. Anyways, but yeah, OpenMW, check this out. You can run the install wizard. Let's run the install wizard. Boom. This is just like what you do on Windows. Same thing. Now, I have the game, so I'm going to select an existing installation, okay? So I have an existing install, so I click existing on the radio button, and I'll browse for it. Now, where could this be, right? We're going to check in here. We're going to check on this route here. We're going to check on, I believe it's going to be in, is it going to be in here? Yes. So it's going to be in here, okay? And it's looking for the master file, so we'll go in data. So what this is looking for, it's looking for the Morrowind ESM file, which is the main file. For you Fallout 4 modders, you know what an ESM file is, right? So an ESM file is the main sort of plugin, or the main like data file for the game. So it's kind of like a pack file for the Doom games, right? So anyways, yeah. So I am actually going into here to my second drive, and I'm going to. Hang on, home, Boy Meets Mini, games, GOG, and go in here. That's where I found it. And in data, there's Morrowind. That's my Morrowind installation. Select the language, English, import all the settings, import everything, finish, boom. Now you're able to do this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to enable all the plugins. All of them. Okay, I'm going to enable all the plugins. You can also, yeah, I have the DLCs, Tribunal and Blood Moon as well. Now, here is where you can set all of your settings. I'm going to set my settings to 60 FPS, no VSync. So on Linux, don't do VSync, and always do full screen. So no VSync and full screen. Don't do windowed full screen, no borderless, none of that stuff. Do full screen. Anti-aliasing, 16, of course. I'm going to go full on that. And then your resolution, I'm going to go full screen. All right. Now in your settings, you can obviously, you know, change all this stuff, and all that stuff, right? So you can do that. You can do all of that. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, smooth movement, turn to movement direction. You can do shield sheathing, right? That requires modded assets. Does this require modded assets? I don't think it does, no. Weapon sheathing, that requires modded assets. Yeah, we're gonna turn on everything. We're gonna turn on everything. We're not gonna use anti-aliased alpha testing. Or we'll do that. Radial fog. We're gonna do, we're not gonna do distant land. We're gonna do, yeah, that's fine. Post-processing. All the shadows. So this, what this does also, it makes Morrowind, just out of the box, you can really make Morrowind look great. You can make it look so good. Okay? So now we've got all that. You can also do some, you know, some HRTF and things like that to give you that spatial listening. You can also turn up the font size. So I'm going to turn it up to 18 for font size. Or I can do this, 16, and I'll scale the UI by 1.25. Tooltip and crosshair for owned objects. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Notify and say screenshot. And then, yeah, there we go. So there you go. Those are our settings, our display and everything. Watch this. We're running a game that's 25 years old. And it just starts up. On Windows, it actually takes time to start up. On this, it's just boom. It just starts. Yeah, like I said, this is like slamming a V8 into a Miata. That's what this is like. Look at that. Morrowind is running on a modern Linux system. Isn't that just beautiful? There we go. Yeah, okay. I want trilinear. We're gonna have 16x. Gonna have a little less view distance. Yeah, about that. Okay. Check this out. Oh, yes. You can absolutely play Dragon Age. Yeah, GOG has compatibility for it and everything. Look at this.
There you go. You were dreaming.
Hang on a minute. Captions. Hang on a minute. Captions. Yes, we're gonna do view over the shoulder. So there's third-person mode as well. This is kind of cool looking. And then I think, high textures. Yeah, world, and we're going to do simple or sparse. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna do 24 lights per pixel lighting. Yes. Name. What did I do? What did I do? I wanted. Yeah, I was gonna do. I'm gonna do a red guard. That looks like Lewis Hamilton. Morrowind. Why don't we have captions? Subtitles. Audio. Music is cranked. Holy cow. Voice louder. A little bit less. Oh, my mouse is super sensitive. Sorry. Camera sensitivity down. There we go. Nice. Oh, that feels so much better. Ah, and the guard's coming to get us.
Here comes the guard.
This is where you get off. Come with me.
Okay. Ha, this game is so old, you could just feel it. Hang on a minute. Let me turn up my field of view a little bit. There we go. 64 for field of view. One sec. We're gonna turn up the brightness a little bit, and then a little more master volume. A little more voice. A little more music. There we go. Oh yeah, Morrowind's, yeah. Morrowind's music is great. Even though, yes, I know, I know, Jeremy's soul is problematic. I know. I've read all about it. Yeah, we're playing a 25-year-old game that never ran on
Get
Linux.
yourself up on deck and let's keep this as civil as possible.
And it runs
The
great.
sooner you leave,
And also the
sooner we
lighting
can move
effects are so
on.
much better now. Who's that? That's just the guard on the prison boat. But the first guy was Jib. Jib is the dark elf who you know, brings you here.
This is where they want you. Head down to the dock and it'll show you to the census office.
Look at the lighting. Not bad for a 25-year-old game.
You finally arrived, but our records don't show from where.
From where? Okay. Yeah, we're going to be a red guard. And let's see. Which one? I know, you can get mods that drastically improve how the heads look. I think we're going to stick with this for Lewis for now. And obviously we're going to give him some dreads. Hang on a minute. Yeah, the hair is so bad in this game. I mean, it's a 25-year-old game, so what are you going to do? This is what they had back then. Yeah, we'll give him that for now. And then, yeah.
Great. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Follow me up to the office and they'll finish your release.
I don't know why the UI scaling is so small. That's what I don't understand. Why is the UI scaling that small? That I don't understand. Like... Yeah, I don't understand why the UI is that small. Wait, how do I view third person? Hang on a minute. Controls, zoom camera in, zoom camera out, mouse wheel down. Oh, it's tab. Okay, it's all first person for now.
Ah, yes, we've been expecting you. You'll have to be recorded before you're officially released. There are a few ways we can do this, and the choice is yours.
We're going to pick from a class list. I think for this, we're going to be marksman, sneak, unarmored, acrobatics. Could be a nightblade. Oh, that's cool. We could definitely be a nightblade. Or a spell sword, maybe. Favorite attributes: speed, agility. Are there any others that have speed? Nightblade is also speed and willpower. Okay, we'll be a Nightblade.
Very good. The letter that preceded you.
Nightblade are good with
born under a
daggers.
certain sign. And what would that be?
The thief? Nah, the thief is not that good. The steed will be the steed. Ferrari, of course.
Interesting. Now, before I stamp these papers, make sure this information is correct.
Yes. All right.
Show your papers to the captain when you exit to get your release fee.
There you go. Okay. Read our papers. For the release, we get released. There we go. So, yeah, you got an inventory menu. That's our release identification, and that's us. And you can layer armor all you want. It's kind of cool.
Continue through to the next building and talk to Celisgravius.
There you go. But look at the lighting effects and everything. This is so good looking. Pick up the dagger on the table. Okay. Not this. Oh, this is all owned. Interesting. Okay. We can't take... Okay, we can take fleeing. Can't take bread. What's this? Note to Hriskar. Don't think I've forgotten our wager. I want this dagger sharp as this. Okay, so it's Hriskar's dagger. I'll take it. Okay. Take the candlestick and the lockpick. That's cool. Everything else is considered stealing. I guess maybe there's been some ownership fixes. Yeah, see, everything marked in red is set to owned. Firmament, we'll take it. This is all the signs that you're born under. Okay, so now we're gonna go here. Can they see us? I don't know. Oh yeah, no, we need to go to our inventory. Enable our lockpick. This is Morrowind. Hang on a minute. Aha, here we go. And we got 31 gold. Yay! Nice, yeah. We are on Linux, though. We are playing a really, really old game on Linux, so... Ah, that petty soul gem. That's pretty valuable. Do we take all this? I guess we go ahead and take all this since we're Nightblade. What are they gonna do? Yeah, it's all useful stuff. Ooh, resin, nice. Because we can get lots of gold early game. Are you kidding me? It's strange because in Japan, people really like CDs. You know? Must. Okay. Those are all pewter plates. Take all the silverware. Might as well take the bread too. Why not? I have a map menu. Look at that. Look at the map on this, by the way. Pretty cool looking. Barrel. Ooh, we have a ring. Give. So now we can equip our magic. Yeah, they really are. Okay, nice. Caius Casades, duties.
Yes?
Alright, we're good.
You've made your last mistake, thief.
Okay. We gotta go to Caius Casades. What is this? They took your ring. Alright. Okay, so we got the... Alright. Anyways, but yeah, that's what my game looks like, by the way. This is what Morrowind... This is a 25-year-old game. Look how it looks. Because OpenMW, like,
What's this about?
significantly improves, like, how it looks. Obviously, I gotta work on the UI, but yeah. Look at that. Not bad, huh? Oh, that's a third-person camera, by the way. So in the base game, the third-person camera is not this good. This is more like Elden Ring's third-person camera. And I believe there's controller compatibility as well. If I plug in my controller, I believe... yeah, I know, right? Yeah, this is an old game, and yet the compatibility just... Now watch this. I just plugged in my controller. Hang on, how do I... Okay, that's my journal. But yeah, there you go. It's a little close, but there you go. Yeah, there we go. We can talk to them.
Make it quick, Outlander.
Ah, I see. That's really cool. Okay, the control. I gotta learn the controller a little bit. Interesting. So I can just do this for walking and then this for running, but then that makes me that the stamina is not there. Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. Anyways. All right. Yeah, we'll go ahead and save. We'll call this. There you go. Morrowind works. Look at that. And it just quits, and it's so good. And yeah, the controller works out of the box too. You don't have to install any drivers for your controller. Very, very cool. So yeah, controllers just work. Again, it's the whole meme when Todd Howard does the whole "it just works" meme. Like Linux is it just works. Now, some things don't just work. You got to struggle a bit. With Creation Kit, I definitely struggled. Had my fair share of struggles with it. Oh, my mouse is slow now. Okay, the DPI on this mouse is very different, so not on this one, but on the on this guy, we are going to hit this. No. Actually, wait a minute. No, this needs to be at 0. We're gonna enable pointer acceleration. Yeah, that's a little much. We're gonna go down to 0.2. That's perfect. Perfect for what we need. And then for this guy, we're going to turn it down to 0.8. So now this should feel correct. Now we set up our mice, our gaming mice. No, that's still not enough. Let's do 0.4. That's a bit much. We'll do 0.2. How about that? Perfect. Perfect. And then, yeah, we'll have pointer acceleration. So I have 2 mice, by the way, if anybody's wondering. I use one more for gaming, but then during coding, I don't like to move my wrist all that much. You know, I want to prevent RSIs, repetitive stress injury. So to prevent that, trackball, and this is my other mouse. This is my super light gaming mouse. So there you go. So I swap between them. Now, oh, wrong camera. That's my little camera here. We need to go to the PC capture. So yeah, so OpenMW, great if you want to run Morrowind and older games like that. That's great for that. So we're defeating Microslop one thing at a time. Now obviously, you know, Cyberpunk, I'm definitely going to install that, so we'll get that going. But by the time I do that, actually, wait a minute. Line. Okay, hang on a minute. Let me check my runners. Preferences, runners. We have Flatpak. We have Linux native. We have Steam for Linux, and we have Wine. Okay, let's... No, we're good on that, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Sure, we'll install this. We're gonna install, yep, that. Continue. And now it's gonna download GE Proton so we can run, we can actually run it. We can run Cyberpunk. And Cyberpunk, by the way, runs amazing on Linux. I've played it before. It's really good on Linux. Yes, we'll definitely get the wallpapers. The digital comic. The avatars are cool, but yeah. Look at these wallpapers. Oh, you can get Legacy 1.63 as well. 1.63, so there you go. Now it's going to download. Pretty cool, right? So you can actually get 1.6 as well if you want that. But you can already see how well this is running. It's absolutely incredible how well this is running. So now we install it. Oh, no. We go back. Continue. No. What is it doing? Oops. Did I break it? I might have broken it. Whatever. But this should recover. But yeah, that's kind of how you install that. But now we're going to install our dev tools, okay? Actually, back. We don't want to install it here. We actually want to install it in games. That's Steam library. I don't want it there. I'm gonna create a new folder. GOG. Okay. Hang on a minute. Yeah. Cyberpunk 2077, so we can create a new folder for it. There we go. We're gonna go here. Continue. I'm gonna prep Lutris. We're just going to install the wallpapers, high res, the comic, and I mean we could install the soundtrack as well. Why not? And then yeah, there you go. There you go. It's installing, and it's installing on my second drive, by the way. So this is going to start installing. So by the time we do that, let's get NeoVim and all that stuff installed. So lazy Vim setup. Let's do it. So we're going to install all of my. Oh yeah, I need to set up my. The cool thing with DuckDuckGo, it does have AI assist, but the cool thing with DuckDuckGo, by the way. Just real quick, you can actually manage your AI features, and it'll remember it, you know, with your browser. So you can turn off Duck.ai completely. You can turn off the search assistant, and you can also hide AI generated images. And when you do image search in DuckDuckGo, if you see an AI generated image or one you think is, you can flag it, and the system will log that. So cool, right? See? This is how it's done, folks. All right, there we go. Open links in a new tab. Yeah, so there's all kinds of cool settings for DuckDuckGo search. Obviously, you can also do protected. So DuckDuckGo never tracks your searches, by the way. It's very cool for that. But we're gonna start with lazy Vim, okay? We're gonna get lazy Vim configured. I know, silly name, but trust me. The other cool thing with Linux, I know Windows does this as well. Why isn't this installing? Okay, there we go. Now it's installed. So you can actually put this on the left here, and then what I can do, or I can place this over here actually. It's bugging out a little bit, but it's all good. And then I can place my terminal over here on the right. There's my terminal. Oh yeah, I need to install my fonts as well. I'll do that later. It's not a big deal. So, installation. All right. So we need NeoVim, right? So I'm gonna make the terminal huge. Okay. We're gonna pacman/s NeoVim. Is that a package? NeoVim plug. NeoVim, let's see. What else do we need? Decasify? No. Symlinks plug git. Yeah, we'll be fine. So just NeoVim plug. Lazy Vim starter. What's this? Documentation. Okay. There we go. And then, yeah, we need to do... So, with Linux commands, you need to... So, when you're installing packages, you need to do what's called sudo. So what sudo means is super user do, right? Sudo, sudo make me, I don't want to do the make me, that's bad. Yeah, sudo do this. What that does is it gives you it's like in Windows when you go to admin privilege, right? You right click, run as admin. That's what sudo is. It's run as administrator. That's basically what it is. So now we type in our password to get the elevated privilege, and you can see now it's going to install all the stuff we need for NeoVim, okay? So now we have NeoVim fully installed, but we're not done yet. What we're going to do now is we're going to go through the LazyVim setup, okay? So we're gonna move nvim. There we go. Oh, we don't have, oh, interesting. Really? Huh. Huh. They don't have an nvim directory. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we need to now clone the starter, so clone. We're gonna make a directory workspace, and then we're gonna go into it, and then we're gonna clone from git. So now what I'm doing, I'm setting up all my dev tools for web dev and stuff like that. So I'm setting up my code editor. There we go. And now, all right, so now we have all that stuff in here. And now we're going to start NeoVim. Check this out. Nice, so now it's installing everything. Look at that. Update. Look at that, it installed everything. Hey, so my code editor is all set up. Okay. So now, I can hit Q, nvim, I can go to my lazy extras. Now, there are some things I do want to add. So we're going to do some, we're going to add Yankee, which allows us to do better copy pasta. We're going to probably do neotest, I don't know. Sure, why not? There are coding, AI stuff you can add in. I'm not going to do that for mine. But what we do want is we want, what do we want? We want, hang on a minute. Languages. Okay, so for languages, what we want Docker support. We want, let's see, what else do we want? We want Python support. Yes, Python. And we want, let's see, YAML files. Yeah, some of those config files. I think we should be good. SQL files, why not? Excuse me. We'll go ahead and install Rust as well. Okay. Now it's going to complain a little bit maybe on some of these. I don't know. There we go. And install the first parser, install the language. There you go. Right. So now, that's how you get LazyVim set up. It's pretty cool. I like LazyVim for that reason. Yeah. There you go. But that's LazyVim. Actually, let me go to settings again. Look and feel. Let's do the sidebar at the top. Yeah, that helps. Yeah, that helps. Perfect. That's how I like it. So yeah, that's my browser there. And then yeah, you can actually no. Settings, we'll do look and feel. That's better. But yeah, that's how I'm setting up my dev environment, and obviously, Python. Let me see, Python 3. Hang on, do we have Python? We do. Sudo pacman s Python 3. Okay, Python. Let me see what all they got. Oh yeah, for hang on a minute. Django setup. How to install Django. Install pip. Okay, we gotta install pip. Installation. Yeah. We gotta install pip, and then we can do Python m ensure pip upgrade. Oh, okay, that's fine. So now we have pip. There we go. Now we have the pip command. So now, yeah, that's all good. Okay. All right. So we installed Django. We have pip. And then what we can do is Python m pip install Django. Okay, we need an environment. Okay, workspace. What? Okay, so we gotta install Django. So let me do a get started. How do we do this? Hang on a minute. Get started. Oh, I don't have the module. Sudo pacman last Python Django. Yes. There we go. We installed Django. There we go. Not Django run. Not Django Unchained. So now if I go here, import Django. Print Django.get version. There we go. Nice. We got 5.2. Now we move on. There we go. 5.2.13. Project. First time. Auto generate some code from the comment. CD into a directory where like you store code. Okay. Make dir. Django admin, start project, my site, Django tutorial. Okay, make dir Django tutorial, and then come on. There we go. There we go. ls mice lh my site. There we go. So we got all that. There you go. And now you can do localhost 8000. Bam. That works. So we got that to work, basically. Yep. And now manage.py, yes we are, and then python manage.py startup polls. There we go. There we go. That's our polls directory. And then yeah, now we can go into NeoVim and okay. So find file. Yeah, so now you can go in here. There we go. But yeah, you can easily happily code here. And yeah, this is all, by the way, coding, this, I'm doing this all in, I'm doing this all, I'm doing this all, I'm doing this all in the terminal. Can you believe that? I'm doing this all in command line. So I can do all my code editing without a mass like VS Code or anything like that. It can be a little bit to get used to, but I'm so used to, I'm so used to, okay, so we need a, no. We'll do a new file. We'll save as polls urls.py. Okay. And then from Django, those import path. Yep. From Django. I'm just copying this down, but yeah. Yep, there you go. There you go. So all my dev tools are pretty much set up for Django. That's pretty easy. So yeah, that's how easy it is to set up dev tools in Linux, by the way. Now, obviously, you can make it much more complicated and add more stuff. But yeah, we got my Django Python dev tools set up, which was really, really cool. As you can see, you know, Cyberpunk is still got a ways to go as far as downloading. It's gonna take a little while, so we'll let it cook. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Linux works beautifully. It really, really does, and I really like the way that just how fast and performant it is. What other thing could I show you tonight that for like initial setup and stuff? I suppose we could show you sort of how you set up fonts. Okay, let's show you how you set up fonts. So I did I did save some fonts and stuff on my hard drive here, on my backup. And as you can see, by the way, we can open this. There's my backup. I can go to my Linux backup, and I can just take all this stuff, go to home, and paste it in here. Folder already exists. Apply to all, right into. Bam. All my files are copying in. All my files are copying in. And yeah, if I go here to my Linux backup, yeah, all my files are copying in. Quite a few LUT packs here. Yeah, and I do have some. But there you go. All the files copied. So now you can see my home directory. I got all my documents. I've got all my fonts. So now I'm going to show you how to install fonts, okay? So the way you install fonts, you want to take all these, just like in Windows. Open these. Install them for the whole system. Okay? And now what I want to do is I want to set my terminal font, okay? So we're gonna, yeah, we're gonna set my terminal font. So we're going to go to settings, edit, manage profiles. We're going to edit the, or no, we're going to set defaults actually. Yeah, that is our default, okay. So we have our default profile and we're going to set the font, to, hang on a minute, edit this, no. Where do we set the font? Hang on. Font. There we go. We want to choose instead of this. We're going to set anonymize nerd font, and we're going to set it to 14. Perfect. Okay. And now, when I open up a new terminal, bam, there you go. Isn't that nice? We got a nice little terminal. So, and I like that font because it's like, it's super readable. That's what I like about the anonymized font. It's very, very readable. Yeah, their manage profile. Yeah, okay. Edits. We're going to. Actually, we could do 15 point. I don't, or 16 point maybe. Yes, we'll do 16 point. And then same thing here. Yeah, it's our default. Cool. But yeah, also one cool thing about this distro, the terminal is really nice. I don't know if you notice. So if I go to my workspace, look at that. It auto completes right there. So it's really, really easy. See? It auto completes right there. Now, obviously, yeah, terminals do autocomplete, but it gives you little hints and stuff, and it looks really cool. And then also, I like how it like colorizes everything. It's so much easier to deal with, and it's great for things like it's great for things like NeoVim and stuff like that. But yeah, there you go. That's gonna take forever to download, isn't it? From GOG. GOG is a little slow at times. I think actually is there a way to set the download rate? I don't know if there's a way to do that. No. Hang on a minute. But yeah, you're able to do a lot of that kind of running. So hopefully, like what I showed you tonight, like shows you, hey, actually Linux is actually able to do all this really cool stuff. Like it's actually able to do a lot of things that you wouldn't expect. You know, out of an operating system that's free. I mean, this is free. This is free as in beer. I didn't pay for this, and the fact that it's actually able to do everything we want it to do. I've set up the basics. I've got, you know, all my things, you know, installed that I need. I've got, you know, I'll pin this to taskbar as well. So we've got our gaming store set up. We got Steam set, like we got everything. We got Discord set up. A lot of stuff works out of the box. We got our fonts set up and things. So I need to install my other font as well. Hang on a minute. That's not the only font. I need to install this font as well. So you just open this, install it for the whole system. Bam. Done. Easily done. Just easily done. But yeah. I don't want to overwhelm my internet connection. I'm already downloading Cyberpunk. What else do we even set up? I guess so I could show you a little bit of Zen and then we'll raid out. So let's show you Zen. So one of the cool things in Zen you can do, obviously you can edit the theme. I obviously want a purple because Ace. So there you go. We'll do an Ace theme. You can set the brightness of it and also like, you know, give it a little shine. Yeah, oh, yeah, let's click to add a color. And then, yeah, you can do this. Yeah. And obviously we can do that. Perfect. I love that color. That's great. Not too dark, right? Like that. Oh, it's perfect. Perfect color. There we go. You can also add a color too if you want a little bit of, you know, a little bit of but I don't want that really, so that's good. and obviously it'll be a dark theme. So, and now what you can do, what's cool with Zen, and the reason I recommend this, so you can set up what are called spaces. Okay, so we're going to change the space. We're going to call it person. Okay, and then what you can do, you can actually change the icon for it. So you can set a little emoji as an icon. So I'm going to just set a little purple heart for that one. And yeah, this will be my personal space. And so all the tabs you open up here, for instance, let's say I wanted to keep, oh, I don't know, YouTube on my personal. Okay, there you go. YouTube's on my personal. Now, what I can do, I can right click here and I can set the profile to personal as well. So this is set to a personal profile. And so that's what's really cool about it. So now what I can do is I can right click here, create a new space. We'll give it let's see, movie, probably that. Yeah, do that, and we'll call this my stream space. So this is where I post links on stream and all that stuff. And so yeah, yeah, the so that's all there. And then yeah, we can edit the theme for here as well. I'm gonna do a greenish sort of theme, dark green for streaming. Let me see if I can get a dark green. Hang on a minute. Yes. And how dark of a green can I get? We can do that. It's funny that I can't get a dark green. That is funny. Let me see if I can find a dark green. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how this color palette works, but yeah, that kind of sort of works. And then you can obviously add a color as well, like that. Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, that can be our stream theme, and then like, you know, we can make it sparkly. It's kind of a cool feature. You can make it more sparkly if you want. So we'll have that. So that's our stream. And then what we could do then, I could create another space for devs. So we will yeah, we'll then create another space. And we're gonna call this nerd. We're gonna put our nerd glasses on, and we're gonna call this dev. And then this is going to be for work. And then what I can do here, I can edit the theme. I'd like to do a sort of a, we'll do purple again, but maybe kind of sort of like a lighter purple, like that. Then add a color here. You can do some wild theming with this. Could do that for dev. Why not? Or we could do like a hacker green. Yeah. And you can also add a third color if you want. You could do some real fun stuff with the colors here. See, and then they get more intense by the middle. You can do that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I was thinking something like that, and then we can mute the colors a bit, and then yeah. There you go. Look at that, we got a nice sort of, you know, aesthetic going on. But yeah, the cool thing also you can do folders. So one thing you can do a new folder. I can do FO4 modding. So I can have all my modding stuff in there. I'll have my web dev, you know, stuff in here. So you can make folders for that kind of thing. And there's all kinds of stuff you can do. So I can do a new folder for stream, probably like background music, right? I can put all my stuff in there. So then what I can do, you can also move between spaces. So I can move tabs between spaces and then stick this up here. See that? So, and what I could do is maybe have that tab permanently on my like background music playlist. And so whenever I'm starting stream, I can just pick something from there. Something you could do that kind of thing. The other thing you can also do, by the way, you can also have what are called essentials. So what I can do is with Zen is you can actually you can actually, I believe, how do you do the essentials again? I think there's a way. Hang on a minute. How do you do this? I'm blanking on how you do this. There's no essentials feature. I thought there was. Hang on. Yeah, we can reorder the spaces as well. Yeah, and you can, yeah, you can, yeah. And then what you do, you hit control and mouse wheel, and you can rotate between spaces. So, for instance, what if I wanted to do some, there should be a way to, no, that's not it. I want to do like, yeah, so if you drag it up here, you can actually add YouTube to Essentials, for instance. Then I can add a new tab. I can just do YouTube here. If I want to do my Twitch settings, I need to log into my Twitch, by the way. But yeah, I can add Twitch as an essential. So you can add essentials up here, which is kind of cool. And then that's always there. Right? So obviously I need to log back into all my stuff and figure that out. But yeah, like basically, you know, I won't show you that. That's kind of boring. You know, restream. So I'll put my restream up here. Or what I could do, I could place these in stream. So I could do a new folder. New folder, and we could say dashboards. Or rename dashboards. And then I could also change the icon of the folder. So I can say, oh, yeah, those are my dashboards. And then change the icon of this folder to be music. So, you know, you can do some really fun stuff with this browser. Can you add through? Yeah, yeah. That's right, folks. Truth Social, the best one. The greatest one ever. There you go. Yeah, I can add my YouTube Studio, my Twitch, and my Restream, which is cool. Those are all my dashboards. And then, yeah, you can just make your folders like that. Zen is such a cool browser for that reason, It is so cool, and I love it. The other cool thing with Zen is there are mods as well. So if I go into extensions, okay, we need to install some extensions, okay? So let's go ahead and find some. We need better TTV, obviously, you need it. We're going to allow this to run in private windows. We're going to allow this for Twitch and YouTube. And then we need pronouns. Twitch chat pronouns, obviously. That's absolutely vital. Probably one of the most important plugins I have. And then, what other plugin did I have? I didn't have volume booster, I don't think. Horror Magalite. How you doing, Horror Acolyte? By the way, I don't have my bot running. I didn't set it up on this other machine, so tonight I just sort of slapped it together. Everyone follow Horror Acolyte though. How's Titanfall 2 treating you? I almost said Team Fortress 2, but yeah, Titanfall 2. How's that treating you, man? Hopefully well. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm sorry, I want to show you all something real quick. One thing you also should all install, by the way. You should all install, there's a plugin from EFF, by the way. It's called Privacy Badger. Install this in your browser. It's very good. Privacy Badger from Electronic Frontier Foundation, very, very good extension. And it'll actually, hang on a minute. Customize a little bit here. Put that there. Perfect. So yeah, Privacy Badger will you know, Privacy Badger will like prevent link tracking and things like that. So anyways, let's raid out to somebody. We have been going for a long time tonight. So yeah, as you could probably imagine, yeah, we have been going for quite a long time. But yeah, there you go. Is that in the folder? Okay, it is. Never mind. Anyways, but yeah, we're gonna raid out tonight. Thank you, and thank you. Hopefully this was helpful. So tomorrow, we will be live. We will be live again, doing more stuff. But tomorrow's gonna be special. Do you know why? And by the way, how do you like my t-shirt? Yes. And by the way, Horror Acolyte, you just came in. I showed everybody how to install Linux from a USB stick. So We downloaded the Linux distro, in this case Garuda Linux, so this is an Arch-based distro, but you can do this for anything, Ubuntu, Fedora. I recommend if you are new to Linux, which most of you probably are, use Fedora. Fedora is great. Ubuntu is pretty good, but I recommend Fedora. Fedora performs better too. It's less bloated. So yeah, get Fedora Linux, fedoraproject.org if you're curious about it. You can get the distro, and you can go back in my VOD on YouTube. In fact, let me get my YouTube link again. There's my YouTube link. Check my playlist. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'll make a separate playlist of Linux install streams. Okay, so I'll make a separate playlist of that. Thank you. Yeah, I got it from Gamers Nexus. So yeah. So yeah. It's funny because I wore this shirt, and in YouTube chat there was, because I've been multi-streaming to YouTube. In YouTube chat, I actually got a hater, a Gamers Nexus hater in there. It might have been a bot, who knows? They seemed like a bot. They were spamming a lot, so that was funny. So anyways, yeah. So tonight I showed you that. I showed you how to install Linux. I showed you how to get LibreOffice working. So if you want Word, Excel, things like that. LibreOffice is a free open source replacement, so you don't need to subscribe to Microslop's Office 365. You don't need that, okay? All you need is LibreOffice. It's free, open source. Free as in beer. Now, also I showed you how to install Steam, how to, by the way, Horror Acolyte, you're going to be shocked to see this. There, my AC finally went off. You're going to be shocked to see this, by the way. Yes, you are believing your eyes. Yeah, this is not Windows, but Office 1312, exactly. This is not Windows, but I'm going to be saying that a lot. And we got Satisfactory running very smoothly. Like, this game runs so smooth on Linux compared to Windows. Yeah. Basically, Linux running Steam is like the Steam Deck, because Steam Deck is also Linux, right? So that's essentially how it works. This is a Steam Deck with a 4070 Ti and 64 gigs of memory and a massive full size case. So yeah, I do have a lot of backups to restore and things like that. But tomorrow, Steam Deck is Linux. Asus ROG also all Linux, because again, it's the Steam-based devices all run Proton, which is what the which is the Linux compatibility tool that runs the games. So that's why. So basically, we're using Proton to run games on Linux, and it works really, really well. It's shockingly good. So with that, anyways, folks, we are going to raid out now. Thank you all for coming tonight. We did a lot of setup. I also set up my dev tools. Hang on, let me just show off a little bit. So I set up my dev tools a little bit. So I'll just show you real quick over here. So for that, what I mean by that is web development tools. So let me show you. So I just set up a quick little project. And I do have my Python set up as well. So Python's all set up. And we also, if I go to NeoVim, this is my code editor. Yes, it's in the terminal. It's amazing. It absolutely works really, really well. So I can just go in, if I want to edit a file, I can just go in, edit this file. I do need to get a couple binaries installed, but yeah, look at that. We are actually able to edit files and stuff like that. You know, there you go. Yeah, so my dev environment works, and then I think I had the server working as well. Yeah. But yeah, and then if I go to my browser, localhost 8000, there you go. So we got our Python Django server up and running for web development, which is very, very cool. So yeah, we got all of that working today. Very, very easily, and you could see how fast Linux runs. Like, Windows could never run this fast. This is running so speedy and efficient. If you're wondering what kind of setup I have two M.2, you know, those little circuit board looking SSDs you put on your motherboard? I have two of those, 2 terabytes each, so I have 4 terabytes of space. And also, the most amazing thing, if that wasn't enough, look how little resources Linux takes. Look at this. CPU, couple percent. GPU, couple percent. Memory, 4 gigs. That's it. And I have 64 gigs of memory on this machine. It's using almost no resources. Also, the operating system itself only uses, well, I have a few games installed, but the operating system itself is like maybe 20 gigs. Whereas if you install Windows 11 on an SSD, if you install Windows 11 on a machine, it'll take like 60 gigs alone. Yeah, Windows 11 is like 60 gigabytes or something like that. Linux, 20 something gigs. Not even 20 gigs. Like, it's just W's the whole time with Linux. It's just W's the whole time. Yeah, but like I said, Arch Linux, I'm running Arch Linux. Arch is pretty advanced with the package management. It's a little more hands-on, but I prefer it. I would recommend Fedora, though. Fedora is great for beginners, and it's more point and click. You don't have to do a lot of stuff in the terminal, so if you're scared of that, don't worry. You don't have to worry about that with Fedora. It's all kind of, done for you. There's a lot of good UI and stuff that they built for that. So yeah, Fedora is great for first time. Linux Mint is also good if you want something like that. Linux Mint, M-I-N-T. You can check that out as well. But yeah, Fedora is probably what I recommend. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I had. Let's find you all someone to raid out to. Thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you. And yeah, we are still continuing with the fundraiser. Let me see where we're at actually with the fundraiser. Real quick, let me check the GoFundMe and the Ko-fi, because I have to manually update this thing. Okay, we're at the same there. And then Ko-fi, did I get anything? I'm just checking. Let's see what I got. Okay, a couple days. So it's the same, yeah. So we're at the same. Our next goal is 3K. Our next goal is $3,000. So, but again, we're in no rush to get that. We're going to continue this fundraiser through the month of July, even though I did it for 30 days for Pride Month. And you know that 30 days for Pride Month, it showed me how slow my PC was getting because I had not reinstalled my PC for over a year. So you can imagine how much things drag down. And now with Linux, even if I don't reinstall for like a year, it should run just fine. Like it'll be amazing 6 months down the line if you all, we'll see how this thing performs. I'm pretty sure Linux will perform just as well as it does on day one. Like, because there's not as much build-up with Linux. With Windows, like the registry builds up and the cache builds up and all that. It seems like Linux just manages all this stuff so much better. The other advantage with Linux as well, if you're not convinced enough yet, if I haven't sold enough to you yet, Windows uses a file system. So it's the same SSD. What's amazing is I didn't upgrade my hardware at all, okay? So I'm using the same SSD, the same processor, same everything, same high-speed like data storage device, right? Windows's file system is its bottleneck. So basically Windows uses a file system called NTFS. The file system is basically how it stores and retrieves files. It's the sort of software layer for interfacing with the hard disk, or in this case the SSD, right? NTFS is such an old file system. I don't know why Windows continues to use it. Backwards compatibility. That's basically what it is. Linux uses modern, fast, efficient, very, very high-speed file systems like ext4, ButterFS. I'm running ButterFS on this. It's so fast. Like it's the Achilles heel with Windows is that it runs a 20-year-old file system, whereas Linux runs modern, fast, server grade file systems. So yeah, there you go. And you can run that on your desktop. It's so cool. So yeah, I know I'm like swaying out about this the whole time, but yeah, that is where we're going to end it tonight. Let's raid you out to somebody. We got a few of us here. Let's see who all's on. About 8 of us. Let's see who's following. By the way, click that follow button if you haven't already, if you like what you see. We will be back tomorrow. And by the way, tomorrow, I should have mentioned. So I know there's a lot of you. Yeah, the Achilles slop heel of Microsoft. But I know a lot of you in here are content creators or want to be content creators. Whether you're streaming, whether you're a YouTuber and you're editing videos, whether you're, doing whatever, right? By the way, quick tip: if you're a YouTuber and you love editing, DaVinci Resolve has a native Linux build. Yes, you can install DaVinci Resolve on Linux. So there you go. Now Premiere Pro, now leave that behind. Go to DaVinci Resolve. Yeah. So yeah, if you're hesitant, still hesitant, yeah, DaVinci Resolve runs on Linux, no problem. So yeah, and it runs better, by the way. It runs better than it does on Windows. Figures. What about, I don't know if Move AVI does. You could probably run it through Wine. It might be okay. Actually, you know what? Just real quick, just to answer your question, then we'll rate out. But tomorrow we are going to set up our system for video editing and for OBS and streaming. So tomorrow will be a cool stream. We'll be on the same time, around 4:30 p.m. Pacific. I was on late today because I was doing some file backups and stuff like that. But tomorrow will be on time. Actually, I want to go 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. We will be live again because tomorrow I'm going to show you all how to set up Linux for streaming. So not just OBS, I'm going to show you optimal settings for best performance, okay? And little tweaks you can make to really get your stream looking good. So we're gonna do that tomorrow. Set up OBS on this machine. I'm still going to stream from my laptop, but I'm going to show you how to set up OBS, how to set up cameras, how to set up capture card, all that stuff. Okay, we're going to show you how to set up capture card, camera, game capture, adding your sources. I'm going to show you some tips and tricks to make your OBS run smoother, some performance things that I do to minimize like how many sources I'm running in my OBS. So so I'm going to show you some little tips and tricks of the trade. And also we're going to set up a streamer bot locally. So instead of using like Nightbot or using Stream Elements or things like that where there's a lot of network traffic during your stream, run your bot locally that handles all your commands, your timers, your automation, everything, your shout outs. So we're going to set up a bot locally. I've got a couple in mind. I could use StreamerBot, but I'm thinking of migrating off of it. So we're going to set up a local bot and all that stuff. So tomorrow will be great. So if you are a content creator, please come through tomorrow. I know it's July 2nd. But yeah. I thought it was July 3rd tomorrow. No, tomorrow's the 2nd. The 3rd is day after tomorrow, and then the 4th. So yeah, tomorrow evening will be that. Now, July 3rd, I'm not streaming at night because a lot of fireworks. LA is full of fireworks that night. Very noisy. So in the morning, I'll be streaming on July 3rd because it's a day off for me, so I can stream. No work that day. So 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, we will be live on Friday. We'll set up some more games, and not only games. I'm going to show you how to set up a flight stick with Star Citizen and maybe even Flight Sim if I can get that installed in time. And then also I'll show you how to set up a sim racing wheel. For those who don't know, I do have a sim racing wheel. You've probably seen me drive it, but this is I have it sitting down right now. There's my sim racing wheel. There it is, and then that's the other wheel. I just store it there. Yeah, don't worry, it's secured down. Yeah, we're going to show you how to set up that sim racing wheel. Yeah, check out DaVinci. Maybe it's a bit of a learning curve probably for you. Move AVI should work in Wine, and Wine works really well, by the way. If you have a decent computer, Wine can work shockingly well. It actually runs Windows applications. Generally, it depends on the type, but it can run Windows applications very, very fast, like even faster than Windows itself can. Yeah, open source is just getting dubs all night, man. Nice. Yeah. DaVinci was obviously Blackmagic makes good stuff, hardware and software. They make some of they make Hollywood grade hardware. So, but I was saying that so tomorrow night. So just timings for everybody. Tomorrow night, 4:30 p.m. Pacific, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to set up Linux for creators, streamers, YouTubers, anyone like that. People who do, we're also going to set up Creation Kit. So I'm going to show you how to set up Fallout 4 and Skyrim Creation Kit in Linux. So we're going to show you that. Okay. So we're going to show you how to set up Creation Kit to work. Skyrim's is easier to get working. Fallout's was a pain, but I figured it out. Don't worry. I figured it out. Okay. So, yeah, we got all of that working. The other thing as well, just real quick for everybody. So that is tomorrow night, and then July 3rd, we'll be setting up gaming. So we're going to set up the sim racing with the wheel and everything. The wheel requires a little bit of work as far as compiling drivers, but I'm going to show you how to do that. Flight sim, we're going to set up the flight stick. Those work out of the box, by the way, which is cool. And then, yeah, just general like gaming stuff. And then on Saturday, I'm not streaming. It's the 4th, you know, take it off. It's the 4th. And then Sunday, I will be streaming again. Likely we'll have everything set up by then. I don't think I need to really show anything. Likely what we'll do, we'll hop in Star Citizen with our friends Seaweed and Beer Bash Johnson. We'll hop in again with the flight stick, but this time on Linux. And actually, you know what's funny as well? Fun fact, Star Citizen runs, you know, a lot of people complain that game's kind of choppy or whatever. Star Citizen runs better on Linux. What doesn't run better on Linux? It just sells itself. But again, it is hard to get started. I get it. Like, a lot of people are kind of scared of moving off what they're used to. Like, it's kind of like getting people to switch to Android, right? Or iOS, or either way. Like, I get it. But I hope that this helped and, like, showed you that it's not much harder than installing Windows, to be honest. I think it's just the command line stuff scares people. But then I'm like, okay, dude, on Windows, for, like, gaming or modding games, you have to do command line stuff to mod games. So, like, what's the difference? Really no difference. It's the same skill set. So just, you know, yeah. That's so true. Yeah. Star Citizen good. Yeah, because it actually runs better on Linux. Amazing. So anyways, let's radio out somebody. It is getting late for me. I need to get up early. Isn't that amazing? Yes, but Fedora saves you on that. It's super easy to set up. Mostly UI. You can go in, you can install stuff. You know, you don't need to use the command line. I was using command line quite a bit because I'm used to it. Arch doesn't have a good UI for that kind of stuff, but Fedora absolutely does. It's so much better. They have like an app store looking thing, and then also you have, I showed you the Flatpak store, which is called Discover. So Discover is separate because it has some proprietary non-open source software that you can install, like Zoom, if you need Zoom for meetings, or if you need Slack for work or whatever. Like, it has all that stuff. Whereas the main package repository that Fedora has, it's all open source software only. So anyways, we're going to raid you out to somebody. Let's see who's on. Who's a good friend of ours we can raid into? Daho's not on tonight, that's right, because it's Canada Day. By the way, happy Canada Day to all our Canadians in chat. We got 235, Horror Acolyte, and we have our honorary Canadian, Alex, of course. So, Oh Canada, indeed, Oh Canada. Yeah. Let's raid you out to somebody, though. Who's on? Who's on that I haven't raided in a minute? You know what? Riverboat Jack's covering politics. We could raid. You know what? Let's go raid out to Riverboat Jack. We haven't seen her in a while, and I didn't really raid her much during the Pride Month. I think I raided her a few times in Pride Month. But let's raid out to Riverboat Jack. For anyone watching on YouTube, if you can, hop over to Twitch, join the raid. But if you don't have Twitch, that's cool. We're ending stream. There is the well, there's no raid. I don't have the raid message. Put whatever you want. Mini raid, whatever. Put whatever you want. You put whatever you want. But yes. Let's go raid Riverboat Jack. I'm just gonna spam a bunch of Mini Coopers. I'm just gonna do this. But I'm a subscriber, so I can do that. But yeah, I'm just gonna do that. But thank you all for coming tonight. I appreciate it. Put whatever you want for the raid message. And go be nice to Jack. I know a lot of you follow her, know her. If you don't, she's great. She's awesome. She, her pronouns, by the way, or she, they, I think. She is trans. But yeah, she's a great friend of the stream. And yeah, she has a lot of good, takes. And it just has a very, very chill community. Very welcoming community. So, and if you're interested, by the way, her community is very active in local offline politics. If you want to get more active in not only running for office, but also mutual aid, things like that, her community is a great resource. So anyways, let's raid y'all out. Thank you all for coming tonight. I appreciate it. We'll see you all tomorrow night, especially creators. Come by. I'm going to show you how to set up Linux for all your creation stuff. Anyways, have a good one. Bye.